Braves Country. I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show Braves Country today just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
What's up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love you.
Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free. and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
To left center. Can Andrew catch up with it? A diving catch ends the game!
Hit to deep right center field. Andrew Jones. Oh, good night. That's why that man's a Gold Glover. I mean, that saved 3 runs.
Where Singles Would Go to Die by D.M. McGee, 2024. He'd lean forth an inch. Closer and closer, we all came to see 25. Our pitchers were fearless, on the hill with no worries, backed by the greatest center fielder alive. Into the gap? Ha, that's a laugh. Jones was faster than light. Andrew would dart, more like an art, the crowd oohing and awing with sighs. Bombs from the plate, speed on the base, a swing, and a smile and big fly. But we came to gaze and were always amazed where Singles Would Go to Die. Where Singles Would Go to Die by D.M. McGee, 2024.
Eat your heart out, Willie Mays.
Exactly. That's a tougher play than Willie Mays made.
Darn tootin'.
Lineup for Braves Country by D.M. McGee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavine. Southpaw winds and kicks, changing speeds east and west, a gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright, the father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play, Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones, Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where Singles would die. K is for strikeouts, a plenty from Strider, the quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez, Javi to BMAC, Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35. The Great 44, or 755. And old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee, to Atlanta's TBS. A family, a tradition. Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves country. Hope you're having a great Friday, TGI Friday, as we're getting set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves here in just a little bit. It's a little earlier start than normal. I know it's on the screen, but it's a 7:10 Eastern for those of y'all listening on radio, not the 7:20, as the Braves are on the road tonight, and we are going to be stepping away here in about 15 minutes to give you lineups and all that kind of stuff. And let me see what Goat's got to say here as we start the pregame show. Did you see the Phillies jersey? Yeah, man, I saw those. Those are pretty bad. Those are, I ain't gonna lie, man. Those are bad. Those are they look like indoor football league jerseys. They almost look like, if you take the hat out of it, they almost look like they're trying to be the Florida Marlins. But most of the City Connect jerseys, I mean, let's be honest. It was Nike was doing them. I don't know if they're still doing them because now Fanatics got a hold of the jersey. So I don't know if they're in charge of them. But whoever is in charge of these and the previous ones have done a bad job. Those are bad. I don't hate the look. Obviously, I would never wear a Phillies anything. But I don't hate the hats. I think the hats will sell. For people who haven't seen, the hats are kind of teal. Once again, they're Marlins colors. They're kind of teal, and they've got the Liberty Bell on them. The Phillies have worn versions of that before in their traditional red and white. But yeah, it's a bad jersey. I guess they're wearing them tonight. I guess that's why you're bringing it up. Waiting for that game to start. I know one thing. I'm glad we're indoors. And normally I wouldn't say that about a baseball game, but everybody's in a damn weather delay. I mean, I've got over here, I was going to keep an eye on the Detroit Minnesota game because it's a great pitching matchup. Skubal versus Lopez. And it was one of our picks for tonight's. If you haven't been following the Cover Country, the videos we drop on the picks. So it's one of the picks that we made tonight was taking the under. But I was going to keep an eye on that, and I believe it looks like that the Philadelphia game is also in some kind of a weather delay. So I don't know what the hell is going on. But anyways, we'll have to see. And you might have to bear with me a little bit tonight because I had to work the old magic because obviously the game is blacked out in Florida as they play their. Oh my God, they're their jerseys again. Oof. I think the Mets game could be in a weather delay as well. It looks like Philly game finally getting started. Oof. Those Phillies unis are bad. It looks like that someone tried to make a Pirates jersey with the pants and then forgot all about it and started making a Miami Dolphin top. I mean, it literally looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers and Miami Dolphins threw up all over each other. Those are bad. But like I said, the hats and the batting helmets are actually fairly sharp, but most of these City Connects are terrible. Atlanta got lucky because they got lazy with our City Connects, and all they did was, it's for people who don't know which one our City Connect is, it's the one that looks a lot like the one we wore in the 70s. It says, for the A or the A on the chest that they tend to wear on Saturday nights at home. But yeah, those are bad. In fact, if I'm a Pirates, they're playing the Pirates tonight, I tell them to quit biting off our style. They look like they're wearing Pirates pants and they're playing the Pittsburgh Pirates. What it looks like is that they showed up to the park and didn't have pants and had to borrow some from the Pirates. I mean, that's what it looks like. But anyways, I haven't liked too many of the City Connects. Your classic baseball jersey is such a sharp looking jersey. It really doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense to do the City Connects with some of them. But I see the GOAT has been a member for a month. So country club member for 1 month, and you'll notice that changes your badge. I think you go to blooper, I think is the badge that is on your name. Now I have to pull. I've got so many different things going on tonight that I don't see my normal feed because of having to play the game of the blackout, but I did find a way to get the game going, so I will be able to call it. But yeah, man, I can't take my eyes off those god-awful jerseys. We'll see if we can get a picture of it and share it during the game. I can't do it while I'm talking here because it would be an absolute disaster. But I can't imagine that the players love them, especially because they decided to don them the night that they're playing Pittsburgh. And so they're wearing Pittsburgh pants. It's almost like the person who developed their jerseys was wanting to go all in on the state of Pennsylvania. Well, that doesn't really fly if you're a Phillies fan and obviously not a Pirates fan. They're no longer in the same division, but they were for a long time, and there's still a rivalry there. So that's really, really weird. Anyways, back to the actual game on the slate tonight. We're going to get Max Fried. Hopefully we get the Max Fried that we got in innings 2, 3, and 4 of his last start. We got to get out of the first inning with Max Fried, and I think he'll be all right. He'll settle down. We are going to go head to head against Trevor Rogers, and Trevor Rogers is a pretty good left-handed pitcher that has had some injury problems, so it's kind of dinged up his last, we'll say 8-9 months. But he's got some pretty good stuff, and they're trying to get him back to where he was. Hopefully he doesn't get there with us. He comes in with the 5.40 ERA, but I've watched Trevor Rogers pitch quite a bit. Now, the good news is the Braves have had success against Rogers, and you see that on your screen, but the Braves versus Rogers, my pick to click tonight is going to be Ronald Acuna Jr. He is due to go yard. Or at least, let's get some extra bases. First of all, he always hits well in Miami. You take that god-awful injury aside that ended his 2021 season, it's probably the stadium that he probably likes playing in the best outside of Atlanta. And there's that, and there's the fact that he's 4 for 8 lifetime against Trevor Rogers. He has a home run, 3 RBI. And if you're wondering about the other folks, if you can't see the screen, I tried to set it up to where you could see the majority of it there. Ozzie Albies has a lifetime 316 batting average against the starting pitcher tonight. and he's 6 for 19. He does not have a home run, but he does have 2 RBIs. Austin Riley is only hitting 200, 3 for 15, but he does have a home run. And that doesn't shock you because it is a southpaw. Matt Olson, this shouldn't shock you. He's 0 for 7 lifetime against Trevor Rogers because he is usually very difficult to hit with the left-handers. And you'll notice that Olson and Harris are the only 2 lefties in the lineup going up against Trevor Rogers. Ozuna is only 2 for 13 lifetime, but he's got a home run. Adam Duvall's 3 for 9 lifetime. Does not have a home run, but he does have an RBI. And RC is 1 for 4, so it's very small sample size. Travis d'Arnaud. I almost went with him, but the fact they got him hitting 9th means that he's going to get at least 1 less at bat than Acuna. So that's why I went with Acuna, the pick to click. Travis d'Arnaud's 5 for 11 lifetime against Trevor Rogers with a home run and 2 RBI. So if I'm ranking it, it would be Acuna and then d'Arnaud. But this should be a game where the Braves can score some runs. This should be a game where Max Fried, who has pitched well against the Marlins, typically, he's had a couple of, I think he's had like 2 shaky outings against the Marlins in his entire career. I was looking it up earlier. But most of these Marlins batters have not faced him much. Josh Bell is the one that you got to worry about in the lineup. He's a switching designated hitter. He'll be batting second. He's sitting 4.12 lifetime versus Max Fried. Now, he doesn't have a home run. The only guy in the lineup that has a home run against Max Fried is Jazz Chisholm, but Chisholm's only 1 for 10 lifetime against him. Garcia, the right fielder, is 1 for 2, and Fortes is 2 for 3. So there you have that as far as what it looks like. Now, as far as what is the pitching going to look like? Because I know I'm going to get those questions. What is the pitching going to look like? What the hell's going on? Because they still have not announced. They're very tight-lipped. They still have not announced what's going on with Spencer Strider. The thought is that we would hear something in this weekend, and it probably will be like a late Friday night drop or a Saturday drop where they don't have to ask a ton of questions. It's looking more and more like it's going to be something season-ending, whether it's surgery, whatever it is. So I'm going to assume that Spencer Strider's done. The only thing that's holding this up is that Spencer Strider may be getting a second and third opinion, because Spencer Strider seems like the type who's so competitive. He thinks he should try to find a way to pitch through it. And there's been a couple of folks that have been able to do that, but not typically the smartest route to go. If you're talking about going all in for this season, we'd love to see Spencer Strider, right? But let's be honest, it's probably not best for his career, and he is locked up with the Braves for the next several years. So it's not really something that I think most Braves fans want to see. Let's just get him fixed, and we'll see him next year at some point, hopefully. If it's a slow Tommy John development, you may not even see him, because that could be 18 months. Now, the more and more that they've done these Tommy Johns, they've been coming back into activity within about 12 months, and then showing back up on the field between the 15 to 6. So basically, we're talking about next year after the All-Star break. But if he thinks he can get through it, Tanaka is the one that always comes to mind of the guy that said he wasn't going to get it, and he ended up rehabbing and finding a way to get himself through what ended up being another 3-4 years of his career, and then he ended up going back to Japan. Did it hurt him? I don't know, because he never got re-signed by anyone in Major League Baseball, and he went back to Japan, and some of it may have been homesick, but some of it may have been the unwillingness to sign a guy that never got it fixed. So you're going to have to look at that and realize that he's got a big decision to make. And I know he's a competitive kid, but let's be honest, the smartest thing for him to do is going to be to have whatever surgery it needs to be and get it going faster, sooner than later, and so we can get the rehab process back. What is the bullpen and what is the rotation going to look like? Well, they sent Winans packing, which didn't surprise anybody. Good Lord, I hope we don't have to see him again. The move that was made was Darius Vines coming up. Now, he could very well be used for the bullpen, and then they could decide to bring someone like Bryce Elder up on his next spot and let everyone pitch their spot right now and have Bryce Elder could come in and pitch next week, which would give him one more start down in the minors, maybe fix some things, maybe see if that's where they want to go. They could always decide that they're going to give Darius Vines the start, even if it's like a piggyback start, an opener, whatever, and go from there. That would be in Houston. But it looks like it's set where it's going to be Fried, Sale tomorrow, and then Charlie Morton. And then that would be followed up by Ronaldo Lopez on Monday night, and then Tuesday night. That's the night in question. So we'll have to see how they do that. It's about time to step aside and get you the lineups and everything. But we'll be keeping an eye on it. And I would think probably by tomorrow's first pitch, which is 4:10. It's an early game tomorrow, y'all. By tomorrow's pregame show, I would say that we would have a definitive answer, but they've been really slow on this. And that just tells me that he's struggling with the reality that his season is over. All right, we're going to step aside. We will be back in a flash. When we come back, first pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Let's get it.
Drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win. And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes, and the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series.
Cubs win! What a lucky break! The good Lord wants the Cubs to win!
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead.
She's gone, baby.
There's
is a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr., batting .233 with 4 RBI and 4 stolen bases. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second. 2 home runs, 12 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .319. Austin Riley batting third, playing third. He has 2 home runs, 10 RBI, a .277 average. Matt Olson is batting cleanup for your Atlanta Braves. The Ice House has 3 home runs, 9 RBI, a .283 average. And Marcell Ozuna is your designated hitter with 5 home runs, 13 RBI, a .326 average. Playing left field, batting sixth, it's Adam Duvall, 4 RBI, a .294 average. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. He has 2 home runs, 6 RBI, a stolen base, and a .341 average. And Orlando Arcia is batting 8th and playing shortstop with 2 RBI and leading the lineup with a .357 average. Behind home plate, it's Travis d'Arnaud, 4 RBI, batting .214. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it's Max Fried, 5 innings pitched, 12 hits allowed, 6 strikeouts, 4 walks, a home run, and an 18.00 ERA. He'll be going head-to-head with Trevor Rogers. The southpaw is 0-1 on the year with a 5.4 ERA, 1.90 whip, 10 innings pitched, 12 hits allowed, 9 strikeouts, 7 walks given up. He'll be backed up at the bottom of the first inning with Luis Arias batting leadoff and playing second base. He has a .250 average, 1 RBI. Josh Bell is the designated hitter. The switch hitter has a home run, 6 RBI, batting .188. Jake Berger batting third, playing first. 3 home runs, 15 RBI, batting .260. Brian De La Cruz is in left field and batting cleanup for the Fish. He has 1 home run, 1 RBI, batting .255. Jazz Chisholm is batting fifth and playing center field with 2 home runs, 8 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .195. Avisail Garcia is in right field with 179 batting average, 1 home run, 1 RBI. Rivera is at third. He's 1 for 7 on the year. No RBI, no home runs, no stolen bases. Nick Fortes is behind home plate and batting 100 in 20 at-bats with 1 RBI. And Vidal Brujan is batting ninth, playing short. He is 0 for 12 on the season. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Brennan Miller. First base umpire, Brian Honora. The second base will be manned by Paul Clemens, and down the third base line, it's DJ Rayburn. Atlanta Braves come in 7-4 on the year, 3-2 on the road. Marlins are 2-11. They're 0 for 7 at home. Atlanta's minus 195 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Game time temperatures, 79 degrees and clear skies. The Marlins are expected to keep the roof open. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Marlins, Game 1 of a 3-game series in South Beach, Atlanta, trying to get back to their winning ways while holding on to first place in the National League East. Get your game face on, Braves Country. Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. Howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? It is time for Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves and the Miami Marlins getting set for the first game of a 3-game series, and thankfully, if there is any threatening weather, they've got a retractable roof. It's the one thing they've done right in Miami, and the Atlanta Braves will be stepping it to the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr. with his neon gear on his arms, and the Braves wearing their traditional road grays top to bottom. And yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country. Ronald Acuna Jr. swings at the first pitch, pops it up. Thankfully, it goes back fouling out of play. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Braves with the gray pants, gray tops. The red lettering, the 0-1 pitch is swung on and lifted into center field. Coming in, making the catch on the run is Jazz Chisholm, 1 away. They'll have the red lettering and red numerals on the back outlined in navy. names in navy on the back, Atlanta on the chest in red, the tomahawk underneath, and those are outlined in navy. As far as the Marlins go, as Ozzie Albies steps in from the right side, open stance. The first pitch is on the way, swung on, and it is roasted up the middle. Seeing eye single, and Ozzie Albies 1 on, 1 out to get you going here in the top of the first. Marlins are wearing their white pants and their black shirts. Marlins on the front in white, outlined in neon. Numbers and names on the back in white as well, with the black ball caps. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is swung on and tapped foul in and out of the glove for a strike. It's 0-1. Austin Riley, 277 on the year, 2 home runs, 10 RBI, 823 OPS on this young season. The 0-1. Southpaw comes set, lifts his red glove, swing, and that ball's hit down the left field line. That ball is going to get into the corner. Here comes Ozzie Albies. He's rounding second. Here comes Ozzie Albies. He's rounding third. Here comes Ozzie Albies. He will score, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-0 lead. Let's get them, Braves country. Slider got way too much of the plate there, and Austin Riley smoked it underneath the diving glove of Bruhar. One on, 1 out. That'll bring Matt Olson, who's 0 for 7 lifetime, against Rogers. Riley on second. First pitch on the way to Olson is right there at the knees for a strike. 4-seam fastball. It's 0-1. Braves 1, Marlins nothing. If you're just joining us, smash that like and subscribe today. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss up top. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Along with him being a left-hander, I just think this is one of these pitchers that Olson just hasn't gotten a good look at yet. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Outside wide, tried to get into chase one well off the plate. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Lefty, lefty. Rogers kicks and deals. Swing and a miss up top. 1-2. Or excuse me, strike 3. Blew it right by him up top. 2 away. I think we got this screen set up now. Trying to get it to... There we go. It's always a hassle at the beginning because they reload it. I'll never understand why these scoreboards aren't already ready to roll. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is off the plate wide for a ball. 1-0. Tried to get him to chase that sinker. We'll go over the repertoire of Rogers here in 1 second. He does throw a 4-seam fastball, 93, and a sinker at 92, the 1-0. Swung on, chopped towards third, off the glove of the third baseman, Rivera, but it was foul. 1-1. Looking at the lineup earlier today is the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, chopped high. Baltimore chopper. Is that going to be fair? It's going to kick foul. Went past the glove of Rivera. Found something pretty interesting is the fact that the shortstop tonight for the Miami Marlins was actually brought up as a third baseman. So you do wonder if there's going to be kind of issues with that tonight or in the series. They've had a couple of guys banged up, and they're just trying to find someone who can play the position. Man, we've been there. I'm hoping he fields it a lot like Vaughn Grissom did. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Trevor Rogers, 2 strikeouts, but not before your Atlanta Braves put 1 on the board. It's 1-0. We head to the bottom of the first. Fish will grab the sticks.
My kids, they don't help either, My kids, they're very smart kids I got, But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you.
Hey, Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Look at that! The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
Armchair.
Past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Max Fried will go to work. Long left-hander fires the first pitch up there, four-seam fastball, high out of the zone. It's 0-1. Brennan Miller is the home plate umpire. More on him in a minute. The 1-0 pitch misses outside, 93 once again, 2-0. Max Fried has struggled mightily in the first inning of his first 2 starts of the season. He'll throw a four-seam around 94, a curveball around 75, the 2-0, right there for a strike, top of the zone, 2-1. He'll mix in his sinker at about 12% rate at 93, and his sweeper about 16% at 79. The 2-1 pitch just misses high, ball 3, 3-1. He does have a changeup and a slider, uses them both about the same amount, about 14, 15% they come in. The changeup at 84. The 3-1 is a walk. Pitch missed high, and Luis Arias will high step it to first base. 1 on, nobody out. Now, you don't love that as we start this off because Arias, the light-hitting first baseman, or second baseman, he can play both. He's not going to be aggressive with him. Who is he going to be aggressive with? The first pitch on the way to Josh Bell. We talked about this beginning of the game. Has a very good hit rate against Fried lifetime. Takes a strike called, curveball right down the pipe. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty, righty. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Got him with the changeup. So an 0-2 count, runner on first. Bottom of the first, nobody out. Braves lead at 1-0. Just getting going here in Miami. The 0-2 pitch. Down and away, did he go around? They're going to say that he did and rang him up. Strike 3. Bell doesn't like it, but I think he probably broke his wrist. 1 away. Let's get a better look at it. Get the side view. Oh yeah, he definitely went around. He tried to hold up, but that'll bring Jake Berger to the plate. Berger takes the first pitch, curveball up top, first strike. It's 0-1. Berger came over in a trade last year from the Chicago White Sox. Hard-hitting infielder, playing first base tonight, but he can play third as well. The 0-1 misses down and away, 1-1. It's gone curveball changeup to start it. So a 1-1 count. Arias on first, reaching there via the leadoff walk. The pitch misses high and wide, 2-1. Throwing that changeup quite a bit. It's coming in anywhere between 85 and 87 so far. He'll try to lull you to sleep with that and then finish you off with the fastball if he can get in front. The 2-1. Swing, and that ball's jammed up the middle. Arcea's got it, flips it over to Ozzie. A nifty play. Berger's going to beat it out. So you got a 6-4 put out. The throw to first was not in time. Arcea charging the ball, scoops it with his glove, and flips it to Ozzie. It was a little bit high, but I think he feels like that was the only way that they were going to get him. I don't love that play because if you mishandle that, then nobody's out. First pitch on the way to De La Cruz is right there for a ball, 1-0. Now, if anybody can do it, it's Arcea, so I don't go crazy when it comes to guys that can play shortstop in their sleep, but it makes you a little nervous when they're flipping with the glove. For those of y'all listening on radio, his hand was not involved, his throw hand. The 1-0, curveball, called for a strikeout wide, 1-1. Brian De La Cruz, left fielder. He's played right, he's played center in his career with the Marlins. Hard hitter. He's had a couple of big home runs against the Braves the last couple of seasons. The 1-1 pitch, curveball down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Fried comes set, kicks and fires, swing, and that ball's ripped up the middle for a base hit, and it's a 2-out single. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Berger had to stop at second. Duvall cut it off quickly. On that hit, the ball was hit right past Max Fried, and he almost lunged at it and let it go by. I think he thought the defense had him right up the middle, and he smacked his glove right after that in disgust with himself because he realized he should have made an effort on the play. First pitch on the way to Chisholm is foul tipped in between home and first, 0-1. Jazz Chisholm, 195 batting average, 2 home runs, 730 OPS, lefty-lefty matchup. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Max Fried delivers. Curveball. Oh, that was a strike. I don't know what home plate umpire Brennan Miller was looking at. That grabbed the top of the zone, no doubt. The graphic on the screen doesn't do it justice. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's hit on the ground over towards Ozzie. He's got it. 4-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. So the Marlins threatened but failed to score. How about that? Max Fried with a scoreless first inning. Let's go. We'll be back in a flash.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet. In 1985, third baseman Mike Schmidt criticized his own Philly fans for booing him by calling them uncontrollable and beyond help. Once he got back to Philadelphia, he was scared the fans would throw stuff at him on the field, so he decided to wear an outfit of a wig and sunglasses. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
Baseball is good, an honorable profession, a great challenge. It has blessed me, I blessed it, and it has blessed our country. Branch Rickey.
He was born on an Ohio farm in 1881 and named Wesley Branch Rickey for John Wesley, the founder of his family's Methodist faith. He was a pious, hard-working boy who memorized scripture, taught himself Greek, Latin, and algebra, and promised his mother never to drink or swear or violate the Sabbath. But he was mad about baseball, learned to play in the backyard with a ball stitched by his mother, followed every move of the Cincinnati Reds, and became a good enough catcher with the Duck Run, Ohio team to consider a professional career. Still, the game was not a proper livelihood for a God-fearing young man, and so he abandoned baseball to teach school in Turkey Creek, Ohio. But Branch Rickey would one day become what one sports writer called the most original mind and the best organizer the game has ever produced. And in 1947, he would help make baseball, in truth, what it had always claimed to be, the national pastime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Adam Duvall is on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Just need 12 more to hit that 100 and get that sign down. Smash that like button. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in. Changeup tried to get him to chase. 1-1. So 1-1 count. Adam Duvall batting .294 on the year, .333 lifetime against Rogers. The 1-1. Grabs the outer edge. Bottom of the zone. It's 1-2. It's gone sinker, changeup, sinker. Sinker's away and changeup's in. He gets 2 strikes on someone. He'll go to the four seam. He also likes to go to the bender. The 1-2. Swing! And fastball right in there on the hands. Fouled away. It's 1-2. When he was at his apex about 2 seasons ago, Trevor Rogers' slider was a nasty wipeout pitch. The 1-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. Adam Duvall wants to argue with home plate umpire Brendan Miller, though he's missed a couple of calls tonight. That was right there. So 1 down. Money Michael come to the plate. Michael Harris batting .341 on the young year. The first pitch swung on, chopped foul down the first base line in between first and the dugout. 0-1. Eric Harris comes in with a .964 OPS. The 0-1, lefty. Swing and chops that foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. The pitch on the way. Swung on, foul back out of play. Do it again. Pittsburgh leads Philadelphia 1-0, heading to the top of the first. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase that slider off the edge. Two away. So 4 strikeouts already for Trevor Rogers, though he has given up the run. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. He taps the first pitch. Easy play to short. 6-3 put out. That'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Max Fried will go back to work.
I am so baked right now. I'm like a pie that smells like Pot. I'm a pot pie.
Things you might not know about Ty Cobb. Number 1, he made his major league debut with the Detroit Tigers 22 days after his mother unalived his father, thinking he was an intruder. Number 2, by the time of his death, he held over 20,000 shares of stock in Coca-Cola and owned bottling plants in 3 different states. Number 3, he hit 9 home runs during his 1909 Triple Crown season, all inside the park home runs. He is the only player in the modern era to lead his league in home runs in a season without hitting a ball over the fence. Number 4, he caused the first player strike. After being suspended for attacking a spectator, his teammates went on strike to protest the lack of protection of players from abusive fans. Number 5, in 1913, he became the first baseball player in history to be paid a 5-figure salary when he signed for $12,000. Number 6, he still remains the only player with 2 35 or more game hitting streaks. He also had 6 hitting streaks of at least 20 games. And finally, number 7, he had 23 consecutive seasons in which he batted 300 or better. The only season he didn't bat 300 was his rookie season.
Anyway, in my spare time, I also enjoy stuffing animals, usually with other animals. For instance, a badger will hold 5 squirrels. A mouse will hold a shrew and a vole. You get the idea. Circle of life. I have broken the sound barrier, but you must never ask me how. I don't believe in the moon. I think it's just the back of the sun.
I love a good train wreck.
Stop it, you. She doesn't know you're joking.
No,
he's joking?
John McGraw may have championed the old brawling brand of baseball, but his greatest star was Christy Mathewson, a pitcher with a record for clean play so spotless that his wife once felt she had to defend him by saying that while he was a good man, he was no goody-goody.
Christy Mathewson was so virtuous, he would not give interviews to sports writers who he heard cheated on their wives.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Max Fried will go back to work after a scoreless first inning, the first of the kind for Max here in 2024. The left-hander kicks and fires a first pitch. 95, that's about top end for Max Fried. 0-1. You'll rarely see him get above 95. But when he lulls you back to sleep with that 74 mile an hour curveball, the 0-1. There goes that curveball on the outer edge, misses the spot, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Curveball looked like it might have touched the top of the zone. Didn't get the call, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Avisel Garcia. Batting 179 on the year, 1 home run, an RBI. He is a good batting right-handed pitcher. There was a batter timer violation, so now it's a 2-2 count. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the curveball, 1 away. You have to be engaged with it with 8 seconds left on the clock, and it's a judgment call. That's why I don't love that rule. I get it if the guy hasn't thrown the ball by the time the end of the pitch clock is ended, you give him a ball. But, I mean, if he's not engaged, as the first pitch to Rivera is right there for a strike, it's 0-1. Isn't that kind of up to him? If he's not engaged, he's not engaged. The pitcher can still throw the ball. The 0-1 just misses the outer edge. Changeup, 86 miles an hour. So a 1-1 count. 1 down here in the bottom of the second. The pitch, 95 miles an hour. Check swing and a miss, 1-2. That was more of a self-defense swing than anything else. Ball's coming up about eyeball level to you. You're just kind of reacting. The 1-2. Fried lets her go. Curveball in the dirt. Evens up the count, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. With the open roof here in Miami, The pitch. Just missed inside 95 miles an hour. Tried to sneak one in. 6 likes away from getting that sign down. Smash that like. Let's get rid of it. The 3-2 pitch. Max Fried comes set. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Chops it foul on his instep. We'll do it again. Same two teams back at it tomorrow night. Actually, tomorrow evening, tomorrow afternoon, 4:10 first pitch. It'll be Chris Sale versus Max Meyer. If you haven't watched Max Meyer pitch, he is a big-time prospect for the Marlins. Is the 3-2 pitch. Comebacker. This time Max does stop the ball going by, grabs it, flips it over to first, and it is a 1-3 put out, 2 away. He's off to a good start. I'm excited to see him pitch tomorrow. I've only heard about Max Meyer. I don't believe, if I saw him pitch, I don't remember it. He had season-ending injury. I think it was Tommy John. I want to say it was end of 2022. First pitch on the way to Fortes. The hind catcher takes one up there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball down below the knees, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pirates lead the Phillies 2-0. I just saw the play that led to it. Trey Turner's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, chops it over towards third. Riley has to charge it, fires it across the diamond, and it's a 5-3 put out. That'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the top of the third. Tell you more about that Trey Turner play when we come back.
What did you say to your old teammates at the end there when you were standing in front of the bench?
Take their ass home. Long flight to LA. Take y'all ass home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How were blue check marks on Twitter partially caused by a baseball manager? Hall of Famer Tony La Russa, when he was managing the Cardinals in 2009, a La Russa impersonator posted something on Twitter that made Tony pretty mad. The troll tweeted, "Lost 2 out of 3, but we made it out of Chicago without one drunk driving incident or dead pitcher." The tweet referenced La Russa's DUIs, as well as Darryl Kyle and Josh Hancock, who were 2 Cardinals pitchers who had recently died. The tweet was very offensive, and La Russa, who actually has a law degree, ended up suing Twitter. The case was eventually dropped, but as a result, Twitter introduced verification badges to make sure that the accounts with them were genuine.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
In 1900, the Giants had taken a huge risk and traded their greatest pitcher, Amos Rusi, for a 19-year-old rookie. Rusi had 245 wins behind him, and as it turned out, none ahead of him. The Hoosier Thunderbolt went back to digging ditches in Indiana. The rookie had no major league wins when he joined the team, but he had 373 ahead of him. His name was Christy Mathewson.
Matty was without a peer. He had a greater variety of stuff than any pitcher I ever knew or handled. His fastball was the equal of Walter Johnson or Amos Rusi's. He had the fadeaway down to perfection, and he utilized his knowledge of batsmen with greater effect than any twirler in the game. He possessed wonderful control, remarkable fielding ability, and was one of the finest sportsmen the game has ever known.
Welcome back. Thanks for smashing that like button. We're at the century mark, so we take that to the side. First pitch on the way to Darno from Rogers. He's right there for a strike. It's on 1. Travis Darno, 455 lifetime against Trevor Rogers. Takes the 0-1 up top. 1-1. We'll get roll call going here in a second as well. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's hit hard down the left field line. That's going to be fair. That's going to be extra bases. Here comes Travis d'Arnaud. He'll cruise on into second. He is now 6 for 12 lifetime against Rogers. Matt Olson is 0 for 8. Baseball is a funny game. He smoked that ball down the third base line, just kept it fair, hooking inside the bag. Marlins were not playing the lines as normally you would not this early. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike. Outer edge, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty, righty. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Over the top, little cat and mouse game with Rogers and Acuna. Showing him the cheese and then yanking it back 0-2. So he went slider and then changeup. Acuna flew out in the first inning. The 0-2 pitch swung on, hit hard on the ground to left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Travis d'Arnaud had a late jump on that, late read, and he'll stop at third, but you got runners on the corners and nobody out with the Oz coming to the plate.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah! Roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, everybody. Time for roll call as Ozzie Albies digs in from the right side. First pitch misses down low for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie Albies is 1 for 1. Runners on the corners. Nobody out. Good evening to the GOAT, Country Club member. Good evening to David S. as well, member of the Country Club. As the 1-0 pitch is fouled back, 1-1. Good seeing Rebel and Daniel racing. 9. Rusty. Gary. Robert, Country Club member. The 1-1 flips it over there. Over to first. Rogers chasing back Acuna. We'll do it again at 1-1. Good evening to Sherry, Clinton, Billy, Daniel, Country Club members. The 1-1 pitch. The throw is going to come home. Travis d'Arnaud is going to be out, sliding into second. The ball was hit hard on the ground. May have been able to turn too, but Bruhan, the shortstop, came home on the play. d'Arnaud slid inside, kind of put his arms up. Then he went over to the hind catcher to make sure that he realized that he wasn't trying to run him over. So d'Arnaud is now out at third. Essentially bad base running by d'Arnaud. He just assumed that they were going to take the double play. First pitch on the way to Riley is popped up. Can of corn high in the sky, making the catch over in between first and the dugout is Jake Berger, 2 away. So realistically, d'Arnaud coming home didn't hurt anything because it's going to take a base hit by Matt Olson to get the runners home. Remember, he's 0 for 8 now lifetime against Trevor Rogers. Lefty-lefty matchup, the pitch. Swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-1. Trying to figure out where I left off at. I might be renaming some of these. I have to shift my eyes because it's on a different screen tonight than it normally is because of the out-of-market thing that's going on here. Good evening to Robert, as looks like Ronald Acuna Jr. just stole third. He took off like a bat out of hell and goes second to third, and how about that? Ozzie Albies thought about going. He was about halfway there deking the pitcher as the 0-1 pitch swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. You do have a left-hander on the mound, and Acuna's bouncing back and forth. He could try stealing home. I've always wanted to see him steal home. Against a left-hander, that's the best time when you don't have someone really holding you on. The 0-2, the pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled away. Do it again. Normally, you would say you don't want him going with Matt Olson at the plate, but when he's 0 for 8 against a left-hander lifetime, you like, you know what? Go for it. So an 0-2 count. Where do we finish off at? Daniel, good evening. Billy, good evening. The 0-2's down and away 1-2. Anthony, Edward, D. You got a 1-2 count, runners on the corners. The pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-2. Let's see if I can finish this off real quick. Good evening, Sue. D, Travis, David, Gary. I think we hit Robert. There's Nathaniel. Catherine. The 2-2. High and inside. Almost got him. Full count. Right underneath the hands. Fastball. Really close to the hands. Good evening, Marguerite. Robert Thames. Olive. Or Olave, maybe that? Yeah, that's probably Olave. Travis. The 3-2 pitch. Swing! And hits it high and deep down the left field line. Fouling out of play. Plenty foul. But he gave it a long ride. I believe that's everybody. If we missed anybody, jump into the chat. So a full count, runners on the corners, 2 outs, the pitch. Swung on, chopped foul off of Olson's instep. Braves 1, Marlins nothing. If Olson can come through here, have a chance to get some breathing room for Max Fried. 2 outs, runners on the corner, speed on the base paths. So anything down and into the gap should score Ozzie. The payoff pitch. Caught, looking, strike 3. Matt Olson just frozen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What are you doing? Excuse me? Are you really drinking a beer before work? You damn right I'm having a beer. What? Have you been to that job? No. Have you dealt with them idiots all day? No. Let me do me. Thank you.
Don't put your mouth on something that somebody else might touch. You're not supposed to do that. Some germs are good for you. Lots of germs are bad.
Yeah, you're damn right I'm thick. Thick of not being appreciated.
I got a PSA, and this is for everybody that's already cutting their damn grass. Cause why is you cutting your grass? Huh? Well, listen here, damn it. I'm not doing it. I'm not cutting my grass. I don't care if it's 80 degrees and beautiful out here, you hear me? I don't care. Cause it was just 39 degrees this morning. I got on long sleeves. I'm not cutting my grass.
When I said I like it rough, I did not mean my whole life, Jesus. I didn't. I didn't. Let's sit down and have a talk for just a minute, okay there, bud? Okay? No, this ain't gonna work, my boy.
The New York Yankees, the team much of America was rooting for, had lost. Several of their stars, including Tino Martinez and Scott Brocious, moved on or retired. It would be 8 years before they would win another championship.
It's just so sad saying goodbye to everybody. I went around the room and hugged everybody, and it was just a sad way to end our relationship, basically. Even though the memories were great, that night was about as sad as it gets.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0. Vital Brewer, the right-handed shortstop, or actually right-handed third baseman turned shortstop, takes a swing and a miss at the first pitch. Curveball, it's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. The 0-1 misses down 1-1. Vital Brewer, 26-year-old from the Dominican Republic. The 1-1. Swing and a miss underneath the hands. 1-2. Traded from the Tampa Bay Rays back in 2023 to the Marlins. The 1-2 pitch misses high. Pops out of the glove of d'Arnaud to the backstop. 2-2. He played sparingly in the World Baseball Classic. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, chops it over to third. Riley's got it, fires it across the diamond. It's a 5-3 putout. 1 away. Austin Riley's been busy tonight, making some good plays. So that'll bring back to the top of the order Luis Arias, who reached via the walk to start the game off. One of 2 base runners for the Marlins. First pitch on the way, misses out of the zone, pops out of the glove of d'Arnaud again. 1-0. Travis d'Arnaud, he put some stickum or something on that glove. That's a third ball that's popped out of his glove tonight. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and chops that foul. 1-1. Remember, Arias last year was flirting with 400 till about halfway through the summer. Not known for his power, but he did hit a home run against the Braves last year. The 1-1 pitch. Down and away, 2-1. Luis Arias from Venezuela, 27-year-old. Left-handed second baseman, can play first base, can play a little outfield as well. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball slapped into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. And that is a Luis Arias special. He loves to go the other way and just kind of guide the ball into left field. He won't put a big charge into the ball. It's very rare that he gets a hold of one and sends it. If he's going to get any depth on a fly ball, it's going to be a pull. But he's making a living off it. He's a poor man's, I'd say, Wade Boggs. The 1-0 pitch, down and in from Max Fried, missing with the curveball. Josh Bell back to the plate. Once again, he's had a great career against Max Fried. The 1-0. Swung on, hit hard on the ground. Could be 2. 6, 4, 3. Inning-ending double play. Right place, right time. Let's grab the bats. Ozuna, Duvall, and Money Mike coming to the plate.
I'm going to say no one's better than me. But I just, him playing in his 7th Super Bowl.
The most prolific and pure passing quarterback that this generation has ever.
Dan Marino, and it's always been Dan Marino.
But Marino, if you look at the stats, dude, his first season, 48 touchdowns in that era.
Back in,
dude,
what,
best
70s?
best quarterback
80s?
season in history. I don't care what anyone says,
That's
dude.
crazy.
Like, every single time that I've been putting up and breaking these records, it's like Dan Marino had 170 touchdowns in 3 years. I'm like, what? I thought they ran the ball back then.
It's hard to pick one, but I just think one of the guys I've seen play the best in that position that didn't get his due was Dan. I mean, you put Danny in here today with some of the size of these receivers and his ability to get the ball out of his hand and how accurate he was.
Not going to see quarterbacks like Dan Marino ever again.
Armchair.
Hey, does anybody else have to defrost when they first wake up before they start talking to people because they'd be mad as hell for no apparent reason for the first few minutes? Or is it just me?
In an era filled with home runs, Ichiro was a revelation, slapping the ball in every direction, beating out infield hits, flying around the bases.
Because this was in the midst of a bludgeon ball era in baseball, and here's this wiry little guy spraying base hits everywhere, beating out infield choppers, playing this sort of cerebral game was so different from the prevailing culture of the sport that I think it made it even more appealing.
Japanese newspapers and television stations dispatched hundreds of reporters to send back news of his every move to a nation eager for any information about their hero. Ichiro, his prime minister declared, makes me proud to be Japanese.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Trevor Rogers goes back to work. He throws the first pitch up to Marcell Ozuna, who's 0 for 1 with the strikeout. In the dirt, changeup missing. It's 1-0. Braves 1, Marlins nothing. Top of the 4th inning. The 1-0 pitch just misses outside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. If you're just joining us, the Braves scored off of Austin Riley double, sending Ozzie Albies home. The 2-0 misses outside wide, ball 3-0. Remember, last year, Marcell Ozuna was struggling mightily. The end of April, early May, we head to Miami as the 3-0 pitch. Misses outside, called for a wide strike. Terrible call by Brennan Miller, 3-1. Marcell Ozuna gives him the stare. Marcell Ozuna changed some things he did with his swing as he came to the Miami in the series. The 3-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's hammered into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and your Atlanta Braves. 1 on, nobody out. Marcell Ozuna came to Miami and had himself a weekend, and it really ignited his 40 home run, 100 RBI season. I saw a stat. Since May 1st of last year, no one has a higher OPS in Major League Baseball than Marcell Ozuna and Matt Olson. They are ranked 1 and 2, respectively. Olson 1, Ozuna 2. First pitch on the way to Duvall is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Think about how many people wanted to send Ozuna on the first train out of town a little over a year ago. The 1-0, fouled back out of play, 1-1. Actually, a little less than a year ago. What am I talking about? It wasn't until early to mid-May that people started coming around. So a 1-1 count, and I ain't gonna lie, about 2-3 weeks into April, I had my doubts. They kept saying all the right things about how he was hitting the ball well, et cetera, but you're like, dude, he's hitting like 0.62, man. Like we were about to jump ship. First pitch, the 1-1 pitch to Duvall's down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Trevor Rogers, by the way, is at 50 pitches. Lefty, righty, the pitch. Swing, and that ball is fouled back behind home plate, slaps against the screen, 2-2. We've got another Once Upon a Pastime poem dropping this weekend for you country club members. It'll be available to everybody on Monday. The 2-2, down and in, 3-2. It's going to debut on Jackie Robinson Day, which is Monday the 15th. And that is the topic. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground, but it's going to be a 6-4-3 double play. Hit right on the screws to Bruhar, who didn't have to move much, just backhanded it and flipped it over to second where Arias was covering. He had Duvall dead to rights. A one hopper that carried quickly. Duvall still runs pretty well. It's about the only way you're going to get Duvall on a double play. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris' second is pitch misses outside wide. I think they said that he went around. That is what they said, 0-1. The 0-1 called at the knees for a strike, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. The pitch in the dirt, 1-2. The 1-2 from Rogers, 57th of the night. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field, but it is right at the center fielder, Jazz Chisholm. That'll end the inning. When we come back, the heart of the Marlins order is coming to the plate.
Bacon fact number 18. Bacon is healthier than crystal meth.
Ladies, when you send us to the store, turn your ringtone on. It's not even in case we might call you, okay? We're going to call you. The potatoes aren't where you said they'd be. The guy who works here's never even heard of the hair stuff you use. And the aisle you said ketchup would be in is now cleaning supplies. Meanwhile, my wife can't go 11 seconds without scrolling on TikTok, yet every time she sends me to the store, she immediately gets into the shower after throwing her phone into the bottom of a lake. Can't get the girl to focus on a movie for an hour, but when she needs the most specific eggs they make, she cracks her phone in half and buries it like she's being tracked by the FBI. So I just gotta walk around Target like I'm studying for a chemistry test. Every time I go to the supermarket alone, they're rearranging the aisles. The section I gotta get to is always under construction. Do you know how many different types of cheese they make? Then I get called a moron when I buy the wrong one. Why do they make so many different toothpastes?
I'm a good man.
Yes, you are.
I'll give about 50% of my money to charity.
Yeah?
Except when she's not working, I give it to Destiny.
Crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
I remember reading a story one time about Cobb in the minor leagues playing, and they didn't shower in the ballpark. They would go back to their little apartment or house, whatever it was. And every day, Cobb was always in the tub ahead of the roommate. And this one particular day, the roommate got back to the house, and the roommate got into the tub. And Cobb came in and dragged him out of the tub and said from the bottom of his heart, "Don't you understand? I have to be first."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to from Max Fried to Jake Berger. The number 3 hitter is down and away, called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Max, kicks and fires, swing, and that ball's chopped on his instep. 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Berger. Takes his quick timeout, gets back into the batter's box. Bottom of the 4th we go. The pitch. Curveball just outside, 1-2. I think I heard Goat say that he dropped Max Fried in his fantasy league. Might want to run back out there and grab him real quick. The 1-2 pitch. Max kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball is lifted high into left field, but not very deep. Here comes Duvall coming in, making the charge, making the play, 1 down. Had to reach out there, and by the time he made contact on that one, didn't get a lot of fly on it. Pittsburgh leads Philadelphia 2-1, and the Mets and Royals have gotten underway. They were in a rain delay. They are now in the 4th. It is 1-1. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia are in the 6th. It's a pretty quick moving game. First pitch on the way to De La Cruz is an atom ball. Holy smokes. That ball was scalded right into the glove of Matt Olson. He didn't hardly have to move, and thankfully he didn't, because that ball would have been getting another look at it on the other view coming out of Miami. De La Cruz he had a classic look on his face. If you're not seeing the Miami feed, he went to step towards first after Olson made the catch as Fried flips the first pitch in their first strike. It's 0-1. And he had that look like, you son of a gun. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss in the dirt, 0-2. Jazz Chisholm 0-for-2 on the game, batting .190, 714 OPS. He's got power and he can fly. The 0-2 in the dirt, 1-2. Jazz was the MLB The Show. I don't know what they call that, the poster child? But for 2023, didn't really live up to the billing. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Max Fried is cruising. We head to the top of the 5th. Arcia, Darnode, and Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate.
You saved $1 a day for a year. Do you know how much money you'd have? Roughly $30,000.
What did you eat before and after a match?
The pre-match meal was probably 3 Miller Lights and 2 Tylenols. That was the pre-match meal. And then afterwards, the post-match meal was probably 12 Miller Lights.
What your birthday says about you, friend group edition. If you were born the 24th to the 26th, then you are the partier. You're friends with everybody. You don't care who comes over, who has a good time with you, as long as you're there. If you were born the 6th, then you're definitely the weird one out of the group, but you're still really funny and people love to hang out with you. Now, if you were born the 14th through the 16th, you were definitely more of the quiet person. You'd rather just have all your friends come over, watch movies, whatever, but you'll still go out. Now, if you were born the 9th or the 10th, then you're the type of person that tries to get out of everything. You don't want to party, you don't want to do anything, you just want to sit home by yourself.
On June 3rd, 1932, Lou Gehrig did something even Babe Ruth had never done. He hit 4 home runs in a single game. But that extraordinary feat got him few headlines the next day. Something even more important to baseball had happened. John McGraw was leaving the game.
After 30 years of continuous services, John Joseph McGraw has resigned as manager of the Giants. At the age of 59, Mr. McGraw steps down because of failing health, with his Giants in last place. Mr. McGraw was a product of the old school of baseball, when fistfights were common, when red liquor was sold at all the park, when only ladies of questionable social standing attended the game. To the end, he was faithful to his truculent creed. The last official act he performed as manager of the Giants was to file a protest with the league against Bill Clem, the umpire. Joe Williams, New York World-Telegram.
He died 2 years later, mourned by many as the greatest of all baseball managers, the winner of 10 pennants.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is smoked into the gap. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Orlando Arcia rounding first, heading to second, and the Magic Kingdom leads the 5th inning off with a double. He stepped into that one. Rogers threw it on the outer part of the plate. Arcia must have been looking dead red on the outside because he planted his foot and just drove it into the gap. That'll bring Travis d'Arnaud. He's 1-for-1 with the double. The first pitch on the way to TDA swung on and fisted foul and out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Ronald Acuna Jr. looms on deck, still waiting for that elusive first home run. Inside, 1-1. I like that blooper badge. Goat. As the 1-1, lefty, righty. The pitch. High and out of the zone. 2-1. I can't remember what it is once you get to month too, but it goes up in the longer you're a country club member, it changes your badge. The 2-1 pitch. On the way down and in, 3-1. I believe the apex is Hank Aaron. I believe that's the badge you get after you've been a member for, I don't remember what the cutoff is. I know eventually Chipper Jones shows up and all the greats. The 3-1 pitch. Inside, called for a strike. Wide strike zone. But nonetheless, it's a full count. So a full count. Runner on second, nobody out. The pitch from Rogers. Swing, and chops that foul towards the Marlins dugout. Miami Marlins choose the third base side for their dugout. Talked about this last year. It's about a 60-40 split. I always assumed before I started doing these play-by-plays that most of the home dugouts would be first base side, but it's about a 60-40 split. The 3-2 pitch swung on and roasted over towards short. Diving stop, jumping up, firing it over to first is the shortstop, Bruhar, and he'll get Darnold on a 6-3 putout. One away. Because of where the ball was hit, Arcia had to slam on the brakes and head back to second. That ball was smoked. So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. He dribbles one up the middle. It's going to be a 4-3 putout. Arias on the play to Berger. 2 down. Arcia goes from second to third. But now there's 2 outs, so you're going to need a base hit to get him home. Just some bad at-bats by Acuna. I know he's antsy and he's trying to... Anytime you're in a slump like this, you start squeezing that bat tighter. But I think if you would watch a couple of pitches, the first pitch to Ozzie Albies is down after a diving attempt by Jazz Chisholm. Ozzie Albies puts one in between center and right. The right fielder, Garcia, cuts it off. Here comes Garcia. He'll score, and it's 2-0 your Atlanta Braves. That was a pitcher's pitch. I don't even think it was in the strike zone. He reached for that and just dotted it just past the diving glove of Jazz Chisholm. That would have been a highlight reel catch if he makes that catch. Just out past his outstretched glove. Chisholm appears to be okay. I think his belt broke. It appears that, yeah, that's what it is. His belt broke. The Marlins will retrieve it. Marlins training staff will retrieve it, and he'll put on a new belt. So while he does that, let's go ahead and hit the scoreboard. Out-of-town scoreboard here for Braves Country Baseball. It's Chisholm getting his belt back to work. The Braves up 2-0. Austin Riley will be the batter. First pitch on the way to Riley is an 84-mile-an-hour changeup right there on the inner cut. It's 0-1. Mets lead Kansas City 3-1. Top of the 5th. Milwaukee 4-0 over Baltimore in the 4th. L.A. Angels 5-0 over Boston in the 4th. It's the 0-1, down and away 1-1. Tampa Bay 2-1 over San Fran in the 5th. Colorado 6, Toronto 2 in the 4th is the 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky. Can of corn just past the second base bag. Arias fighting it. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves put one more on the board. We'll head to the bottom of the fifth. Braves lead it 2-0.
Am I boring? Sure. Social skills? None. But I'm loyal if you feed me, and I will never leave you because, well, I need the food.
Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
I think one of my biggest faults is that when I ask somebody what their name is, I forget to listen to what their name is.
On July 15th, 1994, in a game between the Chicago White Sox and the Cleveland Indians, umpires confiscated a bat belonging to the Indian star slugger Albert Bell. They suspected Bell had tampered with it, illegally hollowing it out and filling it with cork to enhance his bat speed. Bell's teammates were worried. They were sure that all of Bell's bats were corked and did not want their best player suspended. Indians pitcher Jason Grimsley had a plan to get his teammate off the hook. Gripping a flashlight with his teeth, he hoisted himself into the crawl space above the clubhouse and inched along on his stomach until he was on top of the umpire's dressing room, where Bell's bat had been locked away for safekeeping. Grimsley lowered himself into the room, replaced Bell's bat with an unadulterated one belonging to another player, and then crawled back to the clubhouse. The umpires were furious when they discovered the switch, but there was little they could do about it.
The hero of the piece is probably Jason Grimsley because he's the one acting on behalf of the team. But there's your problem with cheating. Some of it is, in fact, weirdly commendable, if not noble. You know, Gaylord Perry, how many times did he throw a spitball, and how many times did he merely convince you that he threw a spitball? How many of these are not so much cheats as deceptions, artful deceptions?
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Max Fried to Avisel Garcia. Is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Garcia 0 for 1. Max Fried 54 pitches. So he's good on that front. The 0-1. Sweeper misses high. 2-0. Not sure what that is. I guess is that Fireflies that's coming into the Marlins Stadium? The 2-0 pitch. Misses high, ball 3-0. So a 3-0 count. They don't typically have their roof open. This is the 3-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike, 3-1. Wouldn't that be a ripper if we have some kind of delay because of all the bugs flying around? I think of that game in Cleveland years ago when they were playing the Yankees. The 3-1 pitch swung on, hit hard on the ground over to Arcia. Arcia's got it, fires over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out, 1 down. So 1 down. First pitch on the way to Rivera is a curveball, misses high, 1-0. Max Fried. 1-0 pitch, swung on, chopped over deep into short. Arcia's got it, fires the ball across the diamond, a 6-3 put out. And he's got a cannon. 2 down. Pretty much most shortstops, they throw it that deep, that quick, going off their back foot. That ball is hitting the ground, no doubt. That ball still made it to first base, about knee-high to Olsen. First pitch on the way to Fortes is hit into right field. It'll be a dying quail, and Acuna makes the catch and then spikes the ball on the ground. We'll head to break. And I don't know what that was about, but I kind of like it. We'll be back in a flash.
Be like, men can get pregnant and have periods too, and don't you dare say otherwise. And another thing,
Until a man can get pregnant and carry a baby, I don't want to hear his opinion on abortion.
So everybody says if you take the coordinates to the Miami Mall and you reverse them, it'll put you in Antarctica.
Yeah, it's a grid system, dude. Latitude, longitude. It's a grid system. Yeah, that's how it works.
So all this talk of portals and stuff opening up, right? You change the north to east and change the west to south. That's it. It puts you right in Antarctica. Isn't that crazy?
Except it isn't, dude. It isn't. Have you ever seen a graph? It's not that crazy. I want to be an idiot. I want to be dumb, dude. Because you got to be dumb to just... Oh, somebody told me if you mix these numbers, then that's a portal to another. No further questions.
Now watch this. Watch what happens when I change the south and the east to north and west. Look where it puts me in.
Is it putting you on the other side of the graph, dude? Are you going to the other side of the graph?
Now what are the odds of that?
It is a grid system. The odds are pretty good, dude. Have you never seen a graph? You can go up, you can go down, you can go left and right. What are you not getting about this? I wish I was an idiot, dude. Your life seems simple and great, and I'm envious.
Y'all, I recently realized that it's really important for me to get out of the house every once in a while to remind myself why I don't go out.
You suffer a shocking loss, and you think it's never going to be the same again. And you're thinking, I'm not going to another game. I'm not going to pay the prices that go into the players' pockets and into the management's wallets. I'm not going to do it. I'm sick of all of them. And then Ripken comes along.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson. Down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty, lefty. Olson 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted into left center field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. It is off the wall, and Matt Olson is off the schneid. Finally with the base hit. Against Trevor Rogers, a deep shot. Be a leadoff double for the Ice House. Ball's gone in a lot of stadiums. I think it's probably gone if the roof is closed, because the ball does carry better here when the roof is closed. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is down and in for a ball, 1-0. Braves 2, Miami nothing. Top of the 6th. The 1-0. Swing and a miss over the top, 1-1. Marcell Ozuna is 1 for 2. A single to left field in the 4th. He did strike out in the 1st. Soriano's warming up in the Miami bullpen. 1-1 misses, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way. Outside wide, ball 3. Matt Olson on second. Nobody out. Adam Duvall is on deck. Braves have a chance to maybe break this open a little. Top of the 6th inning. The 3-1 to Marcell. Swing! And that ball's fouled straight back. 3-2. 90-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone. Ozuna quite couldn't get around on that after seeing that soft stuff. So a full count. The infield playing the shift. The 3-2. Swing! And that ball's chopped foul towards the third base dugout. Tuiasa Sopo, our new third base coach, if you're not familiar with Tui, taking over for Ron Washington, he got the carom and flipped it into the crowd. So a 3-2 count. The pitch. Swung on, chops that foul down the third baseline. Hope everybody's having a good Friday night here in Braves country. It's just not that. It's nice not to have a rain delay, isn't it? Jeez. The 3-2 pitch. Down below the knees, ball 4. Marcell Ozuna heads down to first, and they're going to have a quick powwow on the mound. Step away for 1 second. We'll be back in a flash. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today. Looks like we're getting a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Dude, I've been watching that softball. Let's go, boy. I've been watching softball. Dude, am I a lesbian? A lot of thicky thicks out there with them sticky sticks.
What's up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves 2024 season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love
you. Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We are getting a pitching change. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Soriano, the right-hander, fires the first pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Adam Duvall, the batter, righty-righty matchup, the 0-1 pitch. Slider down and away. Good take by Adam. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch on the way to Duvall, 92 miles an hour, misses wide. 2-1. George Soriano, 25 years old, from the Dominican Republic. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up high, bending towards in between third and left field, making the catch is the third baseman, Rivera. Runners will stay put, 1 away. Soriano last year with the Marlins, 26 appearances, 3.81 ERA. He's now set to face Michael Harris II. Harris digs in, the first pitch on the way, hit hard on the ground, but right at Arias. It'll be a 6-4-3 inning-ending double play. Harris was busting it down the line, was out by about a half step. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 2-0 here in the 6th.
Braves, wait a minute. Do you think you can get me a tape of the show?
What on earth for?
Well, how often do you get to hear your son on the radio?
I'm on the radio every day!
'Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks.
It could be like a government conspiracy, but it also could be something like, Bigfoot. What's your number one?
We never went to the moon. I don't believe it. I think it's a hoax.
All right.
They filmed it in a studio. Why didn't we ever go back?
All right, the crazies is coming out in us today. I'll see that and I'll raise you Area 51. I think there's little Martians and everything running around out there, and I think we're hiding something. We're hiding something out there. There's too many accounts of too many things that go wrong. And don't keep on telling me that it was a balloon that went by. The balloons aren't that big, okay? They don't go by that often. It's a little strange we haven't seen one in the last 30 years since technology's gotten better. There's been too many times where they've interviewed guys who were out there and they say, when they ask them, can you say what you've seen? And he goes, no, I'm sworn to secrecy. Well, why are you sworn to secrecy if nothing happened out there? Something went down.
Armchair.
I would put a committee together, get some coaches, get some players, and let's try to work this thing out. We can't ask these politicians nothing. Those people are awful people. They're all crooks.
On February 2nd, 1876, at Manhattan's Grand Central Hotel, a group of club owners, eager to tighten their control of the game, restore its respectability, and most of all to ensure greater profits, started a new association. They called it the National League of Professional Baseball Clubs.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Max Fried is bunted down the line, charging, making the scoop, flipping it over to first. 5-3 put out. Austin Riley was all over it. The rake scooped that up like a vacuum. Max Fried even gave him a pop on the fanny with his glove. Good play. And that was a really good button. Honest engine, it really wasn't that close of a play. First pitch on the way to Luis Arias. Right down the pipe for a strike. Called a ball, 1-0. Looked like it grabbed the top of the zone, but called for a ball. The 1-0 right there for a strike, 1-1. That was the number 9 hitter, Bruhar, by the way, that dropped that bunt. It was a really good bunt attempt. The 1-1. Down and in the dirt, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Arias 1 for 1 with a walk, a single. Raises batting average of 264. Lefty, lefty. And I think that ball hit him. So Arias, it did. Got him in the shoulder, off-speed pitch. 79 mile an hour by the acting job by Arias. You thought he got shot by a cannon. He spun around and winced and cried, and it hit him right on his on his robot arm with all that gear blocking it. First pitch on the way to Bell is high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. 2-0 your score. Arias stands on first with 1 out. Braves would love to get a ground ball here. Bell does not run well. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 96, 1-1. Bell came in here tonight with the high batting average against Max Fried. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and grounded into a double play. The 1-1. Changeup misses outside, 2-1. Remember, Josh Bell saw Max Fried quite a bit when he was in Washington playing for the Nationals for years. He was then eventually traded to the Padres and then came over to Miami last year. The 2-1 pitch. Right there at the knees. Good pitch. Good spot. Changeup. Just kisses the cap over the plate, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Bell steps out of the box for a second. Uses that timeout and regroups. The 2-2 from Max. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Yak 'em. Big strikeout there for Max Fried. Max Fried is having himself a night so far. It was the heat inside and he couldn't catch up. Must have been looking for something soft on the outer edges. He's been setting him up that way. Max Fried now with 4 strikeouts, 1 walk. First pitch on the way to Burgers, swung on, grounded up the middle. Ozzy's there. He'll flip it to Matt, and that'll end the inning. 4-3 put out. So they put 1 on via the hit Batman. That's it. We'll head to the top of the 6th. Braves lead it. I'm sorry, top of the 7th. Braves lead it 2-0.
Today we're discussing the 1939 New York Yankees. They had 4 players with 100 or more runs. Every player in their starting lineup finished with double digits in home runs and doubles. They also had 4 players who finished with 100 or more RBIs. The most anyone in their starting lineup struck out was 81 times. Only 1 player had more strikeouts than walks. 5 players had an on-base percentage of 400 or higher. 5 hitters produced an OPS plus over 130. The Yankees pitching was also great in 1939. Red Ruffing threw 233 innings with 148 ERA plus. Their bullpen ate up a lot of innings. Combined, Steve Sundra and Mariusa Russo threw 240 innings with an ERA below 2.75. That season, DiMaggio was incredible. He won the American League Most Valuable Player, batting .381 with a .671 slugging percentage, 30 home runs and 32 doubles. Oh yeah, and he only struck out 20 times. In May of that year, they went 24-4, scoring 213 runs or an average of 7.6 runs per game. By the end of May, they were already 6.5 games up in the American League. They won the American League by 17 games with a record of 106-45. In the World Series that year, they faced the 97-win Cincinnati Reds. The 1939 Yankees have the 6th best winning percentage of any team that won the World Series. They also have the largest run differential in baseball history at plus 411.
In 2 years, he had risen from a poor mill boy to the rank of a player in the major leagues. The ignorant mill boy had become the hero of millions. Out on the hot prairies, teams of Joe Jacksons battled desperately with the Ty Cobbs. There came a day when a crook spread money before this idol, and he fell. For a few dollars, he sold his honor. New York World.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is inside from Soriano, who's back out there. For a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0, 94-mile-an-hour fastball. They're going to call that a strike. Looked a little in, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Swing and lifts it high over towards first base side. It'll get it out of play just past the dugout, about 6-7 rows back, 1-2. Put a new poll up there. Curious, early in the season, when you're scoreboard watching, are you more concerned with what the Phillies are doing, what the Dodgers are doing, what the Mets are doing? The 1-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left field. That ball's going to get off the wall, and Orlando Arcia will head on down to second base with a leadoff double. How about that? Orlando Arcia doubled to right his last time up, doubled to left. Another leadoff double will send Travis d'Arnaud to the plate with nobody out, runner on second. First pitch on the way to Travis is high and out of the zone, 95 miles an hour, 1-0. Remember last time Travis was up, he smoked one on the left side. It was an atom ball to the shortstop, or that might have been a run as well, the 1-0. Bounces it up to the plate 2-0. So a 2-0 count. 2 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Braves. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Miami. Braves have had ducks all over the pond all night long, but only the 2 runs to show for it. You'd like to see this inning pay dividends. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground right at third. Spinning and throwing it over to first. A 5-3 put out. 1 away. Rivera to Berger on the out. Now on the play, Arcia wisely advanced from second to third, knowing that Rivera had to go to his knees. He was not going to beat Arcia to the bag if he jumped up. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna takes the first pitch, slider on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. They set up outside. Swing, and that ball's lifted high down the first baseline. Is going to fall foul harmlessly to the ground. 0-2. I know Acuna wants to get a home run, get that off his back, but a deep fly ball here would pay dividends as well. Or anything hard hit as the infield is in. The 0-2 pitch. Down and away. Tried to get him to chase. Good take by Ronnie. 1-2. Acuna 1 for 3 on the night. A single, a stolen base. Infield in. Arcia at third. The pitch. Way outside wide. Very good stab by the hind catcher, Fortes. Nick Fortes was set up on the inside underneath Acuna. That was a fastball on the way outside, almost pitch out territory. He had to slide and backhand it. The 2-2. Outside wide ball 3. So a full count. They're trying to get Acuna to chase off the plate. They've almost thrown the ball to the backstop and sent in a run. Full count. Infield in. Pitch in the dirt. Ball 4. Ronald Acuna Jr. will head on down to first. Runners on the corners, 1 out. You know Acuna may be going. Pitching coach Stottlemyre is going to go out there and talk to him real quick. Braves lead it 2-0. They got the whole infield in there talking about this one. Ozzie Albies is at the plate with Soriano on the mound. He'll be batting left-handed. There is a right-hander warming up in the bullpen, Bert Smith. He looks like he's at the very beginning, though. He's not quite in the full pitch mode. He's just kind of getting loose. So looking forward to this, I'd say they're going to try to have him in, probably not by the time Riley comes in, but maybe by the time Olsen does. Home plate umpire Brendan Miller goes and breaks up the powwow out there. Ozzie Albies at the plate. There's now a left-hander starting to warm up as well. Andrew Nardi and Bruce Smith are the 2 pitchers up and moving around. First pitch to Ozzie is off the plate wide for a ball, 1-0, and Ronald Acuna Jr. scoops on down to second. They don't attempt to throw, but that'll be a stolen base. That's not defensive indifference when you're down 2-0. They just had no chance. First pitch on the 1-0 pitch on the way to Ozzie's down and in almost gets him, spins him around 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Soriano, by the way, sitting at 20 pitches. The infield is now in. The 2-0 swung on. Baltimore chopper towards first base. Just bends foul. 2-1. That would have scored Arcia. So a 2-0 count. Runners in. The pitch. Inside almost gets him. No, it does get him. So that'll send Ozzie Albies down to first base. Just clipped him right where the jersey is. I don't even think it got any. It might have barely skipped past him. It just barely got him. He should be okay. The bases are now juiced. And Austin Riley coming to the plate. Ducks all over the pond. Bases loaded, 1 out. The first pitch to Riley, he was right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Started him with the slider. The 0-1. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. Just foul. If that's about an inch or two to the right, it's probably 3 runs. Another hard hit ball down the line. It just went foul over the third base bag. So everyone will go back to their spot. Bases loaded. Ducks on the pond. Marlins are in double play depth. Austin Riley down 0-2. Matt Olson stands on deck. The 0-2 from Soriano. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the slider out in front, 2 away. Would have liked to have seen him be a little more patient in that at bat. That third run, you can get that 3-run lead. That's key. A lot of analytics show the big difference between 2-0 and 3-0, or 2 runs and 3-run lead. But that's going to be it for Soriano. He'll head to the showers. There's a pitching change. When we come back, I'd say we're going to get the southpaw. We'll find out when we come back.
You're a cop, huh? No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I like it.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. I can't put you in physical condition. I can start you. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition, because a fatigue player is a coward. He can't go 100%.
You've got the winning run on second base. You've got 3 very good outfielders ready to deploy their arms. A very good base runner in Dansby Swanson. One of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill. And Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4, he stands at the plate. And you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on. It is rifle neck up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to, Dansby Swanson's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win. The Braves win.
It is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, it makes you, I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any man. It brings you back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Matt Olson stands in, the first pitch on the way for Bernardi, the left-hander. This is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves lead it 2-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch way outside wide. Ball 2. Ducks all over the pond. They got the infield shifted to the right-hand side, the 2-0. Pitch. Misses high, ball 3. So a 3-0 count. Matt Olson, 7 grand slams lifetime. The pitch. Right down the pipe for a strike. 3-1. Just grabbed the outer part of the plate. Olson was taken all the way. He knows a walk means a run. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Back fouling out of play. Full count. So a full count. Top of the 7th, 2 outs. Braves lead it 2-0, but would love for a bleeder, a eye single, anything to get a couple of runs home. The 3-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 4, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 3-0 lead. RBI for Olson. Orlando Arcia's leadoff double brings him home. Real quick on the out-of-town scoreboard is the first pitch on the way to Ozuna's high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Feel like there's a little brouhaha brewing in Baltimore. The 1-0 pitch. Just grabs the top of the zone, 1-1. Brewers and Orioles benches just cleared. Now, no punches were thrown, but they came close. The 1-1 misses high, 2-1. A little early in the season for that. Like normally you get that in the hot months. People are tired of sweating, fighting the sun. The 2-1 pitch just grabs the inner cut, 2-2. Ozuna doesn't like it, but it was pretty close. Ozuna definitely better off not swinging at that. That was a pitcher's pitch. The 2-2 misses high, ball 3. So a full count. Once again, runners will be on the move with 2 outs. It seems like the fisticuffs is the 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's ripped into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves take a 4-0 lead. Here comes another run. Your Atlanta Braves take a 5-0 lead. Ronald Acuna Jr. and Ozzie Albies get high fives in the dugout. Marcell Ozuna bangs one into left field. And the Braves jump out to a 5-0 advantage over the Marlins. It's got something to do with Willie Adames and the hind catcher. I don't know who's catching for Baltimore tonight. It didn't look like the kid. It looked like an older player, but can't really tell with the helmet on. First pitch on the way to Duvall. Misses out of the zone. It's 1-0. Adam Duvall, 0 for 3. Strikeout, grounded to a double play and a foul out. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. The 1-0 misses high and wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Standing on deck is Money Mike. The left-hander may be pitching around Duvall. Not that you want to pitch to Michael Harris, but he is a left-hander. 15th pitch of the inning about to come up for Nardi. The pitch. Inside, 3-0. So a 3-0 to Duvall. Runners on first and second. The 2 outs, they'll be running at the crack of the bat. You got 2 slower men on the base paths. The 3-0 pitch just grabs the top of the zone, 3-1. Duvall started to head down to first, but did look like it grabbed the top of the zone. Mets are all over the Royals, 5-1 in the 7th. The 3-1 from Nardi. Kicks and fires. Inside, ball 4, and your Atlanta Braves have loaded the bases once again. Michael Harris II is going to have a chance to blow this one wide open. I believe Schumacher is going to make another pitching change. I thought they would leave him in to face Harris, but no dice. We'll be back in a flash. See who's coming in. I believe it's a right-hander to face Money Mike. We'll be back.
You're in Braves country.
You know I love my family. It's just sometimes I want to get in the car and run them all over.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. You might know MC Hammer as the rapper who made You Can't Touch This. As a teenager, he was a bat boy for the Oakland Athletics, and Reggie Jackson gave him the nickname Hammer. Jackson thought MC Hammer looked like Hank Aaron, whose nickname was Hammer and Hank. The Yankees currently have a no beards policy, but the Cincinnati Reds actually had a similar policy for around 30 years. In the late 1960s, general manager Bob Howsam enforced a no facial hair policy in order to give the Reds a presentable look. But the policy ended in 1999 when the Reds traded for Greg Vaughn.
It's the 21st century, and there are just so many fun and exciting ways to lose your money. So many ways to make your life even more interesting with crippling financial burdens. Why not one more way? New in Canada, it's Solitaire, MMORPG. Play with yourself, online. See other people playing with themselves, online. Poverty Poker Online, now offering Solitaire. A new way to lose all your money, even your home, from the comfort of your own home.
He was born on a Georgia farm in 1886 and named Tyrus after the ancient city of Tyre that stubbornly refused to surrender to Alexander the Great. His father was distant, demanding, and nothing young Tyrus could do ever seemed to satisfy him. The tense, skinny boy took out his anger on the diamond. He left home at 17 to play in the minors in Alabama and Tennessee. His father warned him, "Don't come home a failure." That admonition, Cobb recalled, put more determination in me than he ever knew. My overwhelming need was to prove myself as a man.
Welcome back. Bert Smith tosses the first pitch to Michael Harris outside for a ball. Curveball misses, 1-0. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The 1-0 down and away, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Bases loaded, the pitch. Right down the pipe for a strike. 2-1. A little strange that they would go to the right-hander, but they must just feel like Nardi didn't have it tonight. The 2-1. Swing and fouls that in and out of the glove. It's 2-2. So a 5-0 lead, bases loaded. 2 outs and a 2-2 count. The pitch. Swung on, foul back out of play, 2-2. 97 miles an hour. Looked like he chased one out of the zone, but it was close. The 2-2. Smith fires. Swing and fouls it back 97 mile an hour. Fastball slaps up against the screen behind home plate. We'll do it again. For any of you folks who want to get caught up in the American League, Red Sox Country Radio will be coming your way tomorrow. Be dropping about early afternoon for you country club members. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's chopped into the hole towards first. And here comes the throw, and Money Mike is safe. Michael Harris, the second, beats out the throw. It'll be an infield single. The first baseman, Berger, had to wait for Smith to come over to come to the bag. I have to take a look at the replay. Looking at the replay, yeah, he was just slow getting over to the bag. Harris beat it by about a half step. You know he's got that speed. When Smith came off the mound, he has kind of a hop to his step as the first pitch on the way to Arcia swung on and fouled off the mask of the hind catcher. It's 0-1. He's kind of a hop to his after his release, and I don't think he always has it because I'm not seeing it now, but on that particular release, kind of had a hop to his follow-through, almost like I got him on the ground ball, then realized, I got to be the guy who's got to cover the bag, and Harris beat him out. So the 0-1 to Arcia, swing, and fouls it out of play. It's 0-2. Orlando Arcia already with 2 doubles and 2 runs scored. Smith just has to be more aware of who's standing at home plate. And that ball comes off the bat, you got to dart over to first. The 0-2, swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 0-2. I think the yelling match in Baltimore came from a home run that Adames hit earlier in the game, and then when he came back up, they threw at him. They didn't like the way that he kind of Cadillac around the bases, but honestly, what they showed, unless there's something else to it, it's nothing more egregious than what we see every day. The 0-2 misses high, 1-2. And I don't know who the catcher was behind home plate, but it looked, like I said, it looked like the veteran. I'll check it at the break, but I can't imagine it was one of the young catchers because the 1-2 in the dirt, blocked by Fortes. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. But you don't normally see that kind of hubbub and scuffling going on nowadays over a home run trot. The 2-2 pitch from Smith to Arcia. Bases loaded. Pitch. Swing, and fouls it out of play. We'll do it again. Bases loaded. Braves lead it 6-0. Ducks all over the pond. The Braves have Pierce Johnson, by the way, warming up in their bullpen. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and grounded up the middle. That is going to get through the hole, and that'll be another run. The shortstop, Vidal Brujar, stopped it from going into center field. But it got far enough to where he was not going to be able to throw out Orlando Arcia. So it's an infield single. 7-0 your score. The first pitch on the way. 95 miles an hour. High and tight to Darnode. 1-0. Once again. Bases are loaded. Ducks all over the pond. The pitch. Swing. And that ball's grounded over to short. Should be easy. It is. 6-4 put out. And that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves. Put 5 on the board. It's 7-0. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right, let's do it.
Welcome back. Atlanta Braves lead at 7-0. They will let Max Fried go out there. I was wondering about that. Pierce Johnson was getting up in the bullpen, but Max is only at 72 pitches, and he has looked phenomenal tonight. 6 scoreless innings. He'll go back to work after a long layoff, though. First pitch misses high. Out of the zone, it's 1-0. I thought maybe they didn't want him to have such a long layoff this late in the game, and they were going to pull him with the 7-0 lead, but the 1-0 pitch, 93 miles an hour. They're going to say that missed inside, but I'm telling you right now, he's been giving much wider strikes inside all night long. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch, swung on, lifted high and deep into center field. Not quite deep enough, though. Michael Harris, the second, camp underneath it, just before the warning track in center field, one away. If you're paying attention to the cover country picks, the Milwaukee-Baltimore over hit first pitch on the way from Fried to Chisholm is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 curveball bends in there for a strike, 1-1. Or 0-2, excuse me. So an 0-2 count. The pitch. Swing and lifts it high, deep down the left field line. Riley and Duvall converge on it, but well out of the reach into the stands. Do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 swung on and bangs it foul down the first base line. So an 0-2 count to Chisholm, 1 down, bottom of the 7th. Max Fried comes set, kicks and fires. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, misses outside 1-2. Fried now at 80 pitches. I mean, in theory, if he could get some quick outs, you might be flirting with the complete game shutout, although I doubt they'd let him go that deep. But 8th inning for sure. The 1-2 swing and just got a piece of that to stay alive. We'll do it again at 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Lefty, lefty. Braves lead at 7-0. Nice bounce back from the 16-4 shellacking from yesterday with Winans. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and roasted up the middle. Michael Harris will cut it off. It's a 1-out single for Chisholm here in the bottom of the 7th. For those that might have missed the pregame show, Alan Winans was optioned back and Darius Vines brought up. They could go one or two ways here. They could either use him in the pen between now and Tuesday, or they could start him on Tuesday. First pitch on the way is a curveball to Garcia, way outside the zone, 1-0. The 1-0. On the way, and that ball is going to drop and get down for a base hit into shallow right field. Just kind of fisted it off the hands. And with the Braves on the shift, it fell in between first and second. in very shallow right field. No way for Acuna to get to it, and Ozzie was played well on the left-hand side of the infield, so he had a long way to go. That'll be it for Max Fried. Tough luck on a bad break on that base hit. We'll head to the pen. Probably Pierce Johnson. We'll introduce the reliever when we come back.
I thought you said they didn't have alcohol. Look, they got screwdrivers.
Oh, no, just orange juice.
Just orange juice, like the mixer?
Yeah, people drink it. Yeah.
It's crazy. When was the last time you drank straight mixer?
Oh, I had a Diet Cola mixer a while ago.
Oh, did you? Was it any good?
Hey, Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime. North and south, west as well as east. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game has the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Atlanta Braves lead this one 7-0. Righty-righty matchup as Pierce Johnson comes in to face Rivera, the number 7 hitter. The first pitch on the way. Curveball right there on the black. 0-1. Pierce Johnson has had a couple of rough outings. 5 2/3 so far with a 6.35 ERA. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 0-2. Braves have Pierce Johnson locked up for the next few years, so he's not going anywhere, folks. Very affordable deal. You'll see him lean on that curveball. The other day, what did he throw? It was either 12 or 14 consecutive curveballs. But he can bring it mid-90s as well. The 0-2 from Pierce, they set up outside. Fastball misses high out of the zone, 1-2. Pittsburgh leads Philadelphia in the Keystone Battle. They're heading to the top of the 9th, 5-2 Pirates. The 1-2, swung on, grounded up the middle. Nobody's there, and that's going to be a run. It's 7-1 Braves here in the bottom of the 7th. So the Fish are on the board, and they're slowly clawing back. When Braves did this the other night, they jumped out to a big lead on the Mets and then just kind of took the foot off the gas pedal. So 7-1 your score, still runners on first and second. That'll bring the left-handed bat of Sanchez off the bench. Jesus Sanchez takes a swing and a miss, a big hack. Down and in, it's 0-1. He's coming in and hitting for the hind catcher, Nick Fortes. You'll get a double switch there. The 0-1. Fouls it straight back. 0-2. Texas 8-1 over Houston. Man, Houston is just not playing good baseball. We head to Houston after this series. Let's hope we get out of town before they wake up. The 0-2 pitch. Fisted foul down the line. 95 miles an hour. So an 0-2 count to Sanchez. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Double play would get us out of this. Braves lead it 7-1. The 0-2 from Pierce. Fastball, 96 miles an hour, just missed inside, 1-2. Any chance he had of getting that call was eliminated because Travis d'Arnaud was set up outside. Not much of a chance to frame that one. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got a big strikeout on that one. PJ slows the bleeding a little bit to away. Nasty curveball. Fell off the table out of the zone, down and in. Not out of the mess yet. Bruin will come on. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Bruin is a curveball down and in. Did he go around? He did. 0-1. Third base umpire DJ Rayburn said that he offered. The 0-1. Swing and back up the middle. Arcea's got it. Steps on the pillow at second, and that'll end the inning. Not before the Marlins put one on the board when we come back. The top of the order. Let's get Acuna off the schneid, y'all. You're listening to Braves Country.
Heavenly Father, we thank you tonight for all your blessings. You said in all things give thanks. So we want to thank you tonight. Thank you for the Dodges and the Toyotas. Thank you for the Fords. And most of all, Lord, I want to thank you for my smoking hot wife. In Jesus' name, boogity, 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 amen.
Okay, so look, this vehicle that I'm sitting in could burst into flames and burn down around me. And it'd just be me, the seat, and steering wheel left. And I'd be like, oh, got to get a new whip, you know, but I wouldn't flip out. But if you put whipped cream on my vanilla shake at McDonald's, I'm tearing the golden arches off this building. Because why is it on there? I know I said don't put it on there, and I know that because I was standing here when I told you not to put it on there. Corey, your house is burning to the ground. It will be no more if you don't stop it. Oh, my house is a bit of a sometimes, I'm not going to lie. It's cool, I'll rebuild. But if I step in water with my socks on, oh my...
The Indians were confident, outspoken, and quick to remind Atlanta that they had lost both World Series they had played. But thanks to their superb pitching, Atlanta won 3 out of the first 5 games. In Game 6, Bobby Cox sent Tom Glavine out to try to secure the Braves' first World Series title since 1957, when they were in Milwaukee. Atlanta fans who had booed Glavine unmercifully on opening day for being a player representative cheered him on as he went to work on Cleveland's powerful lineup. Glavine pitched away from batters all night, continually locating his fastballs and changeups along the outside edges of the plate. He allowed just 1 hit in 8 innings. David Justice's solo home run in the 6th was all the scoring the Braves would need.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is fisted into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Hit it against the shift. Inside out at it. Your Atlanta Braves. One on. Nobody out. Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Open stance for Ozzie against Andres. The first pitch on the way, 91 miles an hour. Fastball, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Matt Andres Former Tampa Bay Ray is where you may know him from the most. He had a stint there as a starter, the 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into right field. Going back, slamming into the wall, making the catch is Garcia. Acuna has to track on back to first, one away. Deep, loud out. Acuna was playing it to hopefully come off the wall, so he was about halfway. Mana Andres from Redlands, California, the first pitch on the way to Austin Riley is swung on and fisted back foul. It's 0-1. 34 years old. Injuries really derailed his career. Mid-2010s, he was looked upon as an up-and-comer starting pitcher for the Rays. The 0-1 pitch swung on, lifted high and deep into right field, drifting back, making the catch is Garcia again. 2 down. Acuna will trot back to first. Played for Tampa Bay from 2015 to 2018. Then went to Arizona until 2020 when he goes to the Angels, and then eventually Boston and Seattle. And then he gets Tommy John surgery, and he's been out of the game for a few years. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Fastball up top, 91 miles an hour, right there for a strike, 1-1. Olson looked like he was leaning out. Pitch was up and in. So a 1-1 count. Acuna on first. Olson trying to find a way to get him home. The pitch. Outside wide curveball misses, 2-1. Braves 7, Marlins 1. The Ice House digs in. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the first base line, but foul. Evens up the count at 2-2. Acuna on first. Thought we might see him run here, but he hasn't really made much of an effort to go. He could be going now with 2 strikes. A.J. Minter warming up in the Atlanta Braves bullpen. The 2-2 offering from Andres. The pitch. High and out of the zone, ball 3. So a full count means Acuna will be on the go. Acuna at first, 2 outs. The payoff pitch. Swing and chops it over to first. Should be an easy play for Berger to Andres, who's covering the bag. 3-1 put out, and that'll end the inning. Braves put one on but failed to score. We head to the bottom of the 8th, leading 7-1.
It was a regular Wednesday night when a realization hit me like a truck. I don't think Dua Lipa is going to open any of my DMs.
Our football team, some aspects look like we're really ready to play. A couple of other aspects look like we just got off Willie Nelson's tour bus.
Shout out to my fitted sheet for putting all the clothes in the dryer in a damp, twisted chokehold to make sure nothing else gets dry.
I get the gist of what's going on here. I know what you're doing. You're looking down on us. A couple small market Midwest ball players. Mr. New York City, with your Fifth Avenue ties and your tailored suits and your polished shoes and your hair, your perfectly coiffed Broadway hair. Not everyone can be the next Roger Peckinpah. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're a disgrace.
Armchair.
Before the 1934 season began, Dizzy announced that he and his younger brother Paul, whom the press insisted on calling Daffy, would together win 45 to 50 games. They did. Dizzy won 30 and Paul won 19.
Brother Jerome, better known as Dizzy. This is my brother Paul Dean, better known as Daffy. We're both full of ambition against those Tigers.
The Cardinals faced the Detroit Tigers in the 1934 World Series. In the fourth game, Dizzy Dean, running to second, was hit in the head with a ball fielded by the shortstop.
Rogel, in throwing to first, struck the Dean squarely in the forehead with the ball.
The throw knocked Dean senseless, and he was rushed to the hospital. Headlines the next day said, X-rays of Dean's head showed nothing.
Thank you for listening, liking, and subscribing to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves just need 6 more outs to take game 1 of this series. AJ Minter comes in to face the top of the lineup. Luis Arias will lead it off. He takes the 89-mile-an-hour cutter right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Arias 1 for 1 with the walk and a hit by pitch. The 0-1 swung on, chopped over towards second. Ozzy's got it, scoops it, flips it to first. A 4-3 put out. Just quickly one away. AJ Minter coming in. Even though it's a 6-run game, remember, we've had a weird schedule. Yesterday, because of the blowout, very few of our regulars got in. First pitch on the way from Minter to Bell is outside wide for a wide first strike. It's 0-1. Josh Bell 0 for 3 from the right side of the plate. The switch hitting designated hitter takes the 0-1 down and in, 1-1. You add that on top of the rain out that took place in the Mets series. There wasn't even a game played on Wednesday. The 1-1 just misses outside high 2-1. Now the Braves are going to have tonight and the next 5 nights, or next 5 days, should be uninterrupted baseballs. The 2-1 pitch swung on, chopped foul down the line. Do it again unless something really goofy happens, because 2 more games here in Miami with the retractable roof, and then they head to indoors in Houston Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night. We'll have all the action, but the point being, it's the 2-2 pitch, swung on, grounded up the middle, just going to get in between short and second, and it's a 1-out single for Bell and the Marlins, down 7-1. We will have a scheduled day off on Thursday, so any kind of usage of the bullpen, they'll be able to reset it on that off day on Thursday. Minter just got way too much of the plate there on what looked to be the cutter. And Bell dragged it up the middle for a base hit. That'll bring Jake Berger, who's a dangerous bat, to the plate. He takes a first hack at the first pitch and swats it back foul. It's 0-1. Berger 3 home runs on the year already. How about Mike Trout already at 6 home runs? The 0-1 right there at the knees. Whoa. Where did that miss? That's a bad call by Brendan Miller. He's had a few of them tonight. Evens up the count at 1-1. The 1-1, swing and a miss. 1-2. 87-mile-an-hour cutter. About the same spot. So a 1-2 count. After that trip to Houston, 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the cutter off the edge. 2 away. After that trip to Houston on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, that Wednesday game, by the way, is a day game. So you have a day game tomorrow at 4 o'clock, and then you got 2 night games in Houston on Monday and Tuesday night, and then Wednesday, 2 o'clock, 2:10 first pitch. First offering to De La Cruz is at the knees for a strike. Same spot, actually a little lower than the one that he blew the call on the last at bat. The 0-1. Sawed off foul out of play, 94 miles an hour up top. It's 0-2. After the Houston series, we head back home and we'll face Texas next Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. And these same Marlins come back into Atlanta a week from Monday for a 3-game series. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, grounded up the middle. Should be a 6-4 putout. It is. Orlando to Ozzie, and we'll head to the top of the 9th inning. Ozuna will lead us off, leading 7-1.
Why does it take longer to say www than it does to say World Wide Web? I object, Your Honor. Sorry, I just want to rephrase my question. Why does it take longer to say the abbreviated www than it does to say the not abbreviated World Wide Web? I object again, Your Honor, and I move to strike. Listen, aren't acronyms supposed to shorten our phrases, not make them 3 times the syllables? What is going on with W? And why is it the only letter in our alphabet with a word in it?
How'd you end up at the kids' table?
We couldn't find the leaf to expand the dining room table.
Is it true you had a cooked turkey delivered?
Look, cooking a turkey is a point of pride for me, but once I realized that I've never been proud of a turkey I've made, I figured it's time for a lineup change.
And how was the turkey?
Dry.
You had multiple uniform changes throughout dinner.
Spilled wine on myself celebrating a touchdown.
You were watching football during dinner?
I'm sitting at the kids' table.
What'd you do with your extra 6 hours?
I did make my own cranberry sauce, which didn't get touched.
There are some reports about heavy heartburn.
Yeah, I don't think it's very ideal to be eating such a heavy meal sitting in a position where your knees are next to your ears.
I'm in the corner of the Dodger dugout anticipating that I'll be doing a losing interview. I'm standing just in front of the runway, and I can see Ben Hines, the Dodger batting coach, being dispatched by Lasorda into the clubhouse to check on Gibson. Then I can hear Gibson taking practice swings with a ball being placed by a bat boy on the tee and Gibson hitting into a net, and I can hear the grunts of pain coming from Gibson with every swing. Thwack! Thwack! And I'm thinking to myself, gee, if this guy is going to drag himself out here and hit, we've really got the stuff of legend. And Hines comes walking back, and like in a B movie, he passes Lasorda and says he thinks he's got one good swing in him. I'm thinking, who's writing this script?
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch to Marcell Ozuna is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1, and Drees is back out there. Looked like the curveball that he chased after. The 0-1 pitch. Cutter misses outside wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Braves lead it 7-1. Top of the 9th inning, the pitch. Takes that curveball down and away, 2-1. Fooled Marcell the first time, but Ozuna just spit on it the second time. So a 2-1 count. The 2-1 swing, and that ball's belted high and deep, going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a, ding-dong, a solo shot. Marcell Ozuna, his 6th home run of the year, 446 happy feet, 114 miles an hour off the bat. And your Atlanta Braves gotten that run back. It's 8-1. First pitch on the way to Adam Duvall is a fastball taken all the way for a strike. It's 0-1. To answer your question, Tree Fitty, the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, it's 0-2. That's been the problem with Bally's. There's been a lot of complaints about it, but essentially it's up to the region on what game they're going to pick up. And they may pick up an NBA game. They may pick up a hockey game. There's a couple other leagues that they carry, and they've been, as the 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back off the mask of the hind catcher. It's 0-2. But the short of it is, they're not carrying the early season ball games as much because they're focusing on is the 0-2 pitch swing, and that ball's belted down the left field line, but foul. Man, did he put a charge into that one. 0-2. The short of it is the channel could carry the Braves. They have the right to, but they're choosing other outlets because they think they're chasing views off of other leagues. We were talking about this yesterday, but a Braves fan that wants to follow the Braves all year long, they don't have any desire to watch an NBA game, especially this late in the season when the season's essentially over. They're just waiting on the playoffs. Same thing with hockey. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike three. Chase 93 out of the zone. One away. You would think that if you're going to charge for a standalone service, a la carte as they call it, the consumer would have the choice of what game they wanted to watch. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris' second is outside wide for a ball, 1-0. Harris got an infield single and an RBIs last time up. He's 1 for 4. The 1-0 pitch. Inside, sinker misses, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Nobody on. Braves lead it 8-1. The 2-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's hammered down the first baseline. Foul, 2-1. Braves 8, Marlins 1. That's why we carry every game Monday through Saturday here on Braves Country Radio, and we do put the chat up with the scoreboard on Sundays. But I work a couple other jobs outside of this, and Sunday has to be a day where the 2-1 pitch is swung on, roasted over to second, off the glove of the second baseman, Arias. He'll gather the rebound, flip it over to first, and then it's a 4-3 putout. Got Michael Harris by about a step. Harris was flying down the line once again. So I see now that Michael talking, I saw that he signed with the Mets in the offseason. He just came into the game for the Minnesota Twins. First pitch on the way to Arcia, swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. I was wondering about that. I meant to look it up because I noticed I didn't see him on the Mets roster when I was getting ready for that series. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, grounded over to short. It's going to be a 6-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. But out for the Atlanta Braves, get their run back after the solo bomb hit by Marcell Ozuna to deep center field. We'll be back in a flash to wrap this baby up.
Just got invited to an event that starts at 8 p.m. I'm sorry, but not all of us are on cocaine.
How you doing, Ace?
Anybody been on base?
Nobody.
Nobody?
This I ain't seen much of.
Me neither.
I never have. What's the matter?
I don't know if I have anything left.
You just throw whatever you got, whatever's left. The boys are all here for you. We'll back you up. We'll be there. Because we don't stink right now. We're the best team in baseball right now, right this minute, because of you. You're the reason. We're not going to screw that up. We're going to be awesome for you right now. Just throw. All right? Come on.
I just met someone whose name was Hanna, and I said, "Oh, Hannah," and she said, "No, Hannah." I'm hanging on by a thread, people. I cannot do this.
Hey, Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
I don't know of anybody besides Robinson who could have done what he did. Many of the black players, Reggie Jackson, for example, said later, he's the only one of us who could have done it. Robinson, Mr. Rickey told him he'd have to turn the other cheek. And as Mr. Rickey said, it wasn't long before he didn't have any other cheek to turn. It just had simply been beat off. I think that they said that Robinson died from diabetes and other things. I think he died from the load he carried.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead at 8-1. We will try to slam the door shut here. Here in the bottom of the ninth inning, Aaron Bummer is on to try to close it. The 7-run lead, they'll hold off eyeglasses till tomorrow. First pitch on the way to Bummer, to Chisholm, is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Chisholm, Garcia, and Rivera due up. The 0-1. Lefty, kicks and fires. Outside wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Aaron Bummer off to a shaky 2024. The 1-1. Right there at the knees. 1-2. He was brought in not only as a left-handed specialist, but a guy that can induce ground balls, get you out of jams, double plays. The 1-2 pitch just misses below the zone. 2-2. Detroit pounding Minnesota 7-0. I'd say Tonkin has something to do with that. He's been in there for a while. The 2-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. Chisholm doesn't like it, but he'll go grab the pine. 1 away. Brendan Miller just kind of shook his arms like, well, it's 8-1. I mean, it's extremely close. But I will say this, 8-1, ninth inning, you're going to have to get the bat off your shoulders unless you're Tony Gwynn. First pitch on the way to Garcia is a cutter at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Avisail Garcia, 1 for 3 on the night. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in, sinker misses. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Stay tuned for Braves Country tonight. We'll do the post-game show right after the game, right here on this channel, on this feed. We'll put the open phone lines up for you. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and chops it foul. 1-2. Braves Country Today comes your way tomorrow. Come on the air about 3:30. The first pitch tomorrow is 4:10. Braves Country Today, your pregame show. Braves Country Tonight, your postgame show all year long. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Nobody on, 1 out. Braves lead at 8-1. Bummer, his 10th pitch of the day. Swing, and it's a Baltimore chopper to Riley. Riley fires it over to first. Guns down the runner by about 1.5 steps, 2 down. Marlins now down to their last out. If you're wondering, Braves were minus 190 on the money line. I think I saw it creep up to minus 200, 210 just before first pitch. And the over-under was 8.5, so it just got over the over. That'll bring Emmanuel Rivera to the plate. Rivera 1 for 3. First pitch. Just on the outer edge for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0 just clips the zone outer edge sinker, 93 miles an hour, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Swing and rifles that foul down the line, 1-2. Marlins now down to their last strike. We'll give out game balls and everything else on the post-game show. Stay tuned for Braves Country Night coming your way right after the game. The 1-2 pitch. Down and in, 2-2. We'll hit the scoreboard on the post-game show as well. The 2-2. Swung on, grounded over to short. Arcias got it, fires it over to first, and it's the 6-3 putout to end the game. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. 8-1 your score. Whiskey for my men, beer for my horses. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here for the post-game show. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
You're in Braves country.
Welcome in Braves Country. Ready for Braves Country tonight. Go ahead and get this off the screen here. Thought we had it off the screen. I do apologize. We're going to open up the phone lines here in a second. Get the phone number on the screen for you. Anybody that wants to call in and talk about Braves win 8-1. Big W tonight as the Atlanta Braves get a huge win coming off that, ugly loss against the New York Mets yesterday. And now They go into Miami. They take the first one of a 3-game set. And I think the big thing is, and you're talking about game balls, and I always want to give it to the guy with the big hits, and Orlando Arcia had some really big hits. But I really feel like that you got to give the game ball tonight to Max Fried, who went out there and just threw an absolute gem. As first 2 starts of the season, I mean, he couldn't even get out of the first inning in the first one against the Phillies. The second outing, he got through the first inning, but he got pounded in the first inning, and it was just a terrible, terrible start to his season. He goes out there tonight and absolutely pitched a gem. I mean, the Braves go out there, 8 runs, 14 hits, no errors. Marlins 1 run, 6 hits, no errors. Max Fried gets the win, his first of the year. 6 1/3 inning, 4 hits, 1 earned run, and 4 strikeouts. He's never been a big-time strikeout guy, so the strikeouts don't really concern me at all. As the Atlanta Braves win this one, and look forward to tomorrow where we're going to have Chris Sale on the mound. It's going to be a tough matchup. Max Meyer, who's off to a good start, a very good starting pitcher, who's a big-time prospect for the Marlins. We'll get our first look at him. But you got Sale on the mound tomorrow. You got Charlie on the mound for Sunday. You like your chances of winning the series. And now, look, if you can get through tomorrow, a sweep is in play. And so a couple of the stats on the box score that jump out at you tonight. Acuna went 2 for 4. He's still getting on base. He's getting base hits. When he gets on, he's making things happen with the stolen bases. But you're just not seeing the power from him, but we all know it's coming. We got RBIs from Ozzie, Orlando Arcia, Michael Harris II, Matt Olson. Ozuna had 3 RBIs. I almost gave Ozuna the game ball. It was really between him and Orlando, but I felt like that Max Fried deserves it. Coming back, it's what the Braves really needed. They needed that start to come off of. And I was not concerned about yesterday's loss at all. You go out there and you throw Alan Winans to the wind. He didn't have it, nor I don't know if he's ever had it, but he didn't have what he normally has. And it didn't seem like there was any sense of urgency of them trying to win yesterday's game. And that became very apparent by the usage of the bullpen. And then, of course, in the end, when you got the Luis Guillorme coming off the bench as your utility infielder throwing the 9th inning. But Marcell Ozuna definitely gets an honorable mention. He went 3 for 4 with the home run. And Orlando Arcia, those 2 big doubles. And Orlando Arcia with 3 hits in his own right. He had 3 hits. Ozuna had 3 hits. Ozzie had 2. Acuna had 2. And not for nothing, the hustle by Michael Harris down the line to keep the inning going in the middle of an inning where the Atlanta Braves put 5 on the board there in the 7th, that just added to it because you keep poking away, you keep adding runs, and it really demoralizes the team you're up against, number one. But number two, it allows you to do some things with the bullpen, because if we go into the 7th, 8th, 9th, we gave up the run in the 7th, but we go into that and it's not 7-0. Let's say it's 3-0, 4-0. There's a different usage of the bullpen tonight. And instead, Atlanta is able to coast a little bit. They did have to bring Minter in, but I really think that was more just to get him work because he hadn't pitched since the beginning of the week. And tomorrow, Sale goes out and pitches well, and the Braves scratch some runs across, we pretty much have the full use of the bullpen ready for us and available for us. So you love that going into game number 2 of this series. And then on top of it, if Sale can go fairly deep, it lines up for on the Sunday game with Charlie Morton on the mound. We know Charlie Morton has struggled to get past the 4th and 5th inning these last couple of years. There are some games where he looks phenomenal. He'll get you into the 6th inning. But typically a Charlie Morton start, you're trying to get to that 5th inning, and you're hoping that he doesn't give up more than about 3 runs. And that's going to be doable against this Miami offense, which isn't as good as it was last year. And look, don't get me wrong, they got some good batters on this team. They got some exciting young players, but top to bottom, this Miami offense ranks at the bottom of the league. And so once again, and they have not hit left-handers well. We saw that tonight with Fried. They're going to get another left-hander tomorrow with Chris Sale. Let's see what some of the comments are. DJ Shire says, chopped fish tastes good. And see, Joshua, I'll be at the game when Miami comes to Atlanta on the 22nd. Yeah, it's a quick turnaround. They play us. We play them, excuse me. What is it, a week from, if my math's right, a week from Monday, I think the series begins. And we have our first road trip on the West Coast. Those are always the tough ones. That begins at the end of April. We go to Seattle. I think the Dodgers as well. But that begins on April 29th. And doesn't look like anybody's calling in tonight, so we'll wrap this up pretty quickly. But once again, game ball goes to Max Fried, but honorable mention's got to be not just Ozuna, but Arcia. Arcia with 3 hits. You know, that's another thing when you look at this lineup. Not only do you have Acuna getting 2 hits, he still hasn't hit a home run. See, I think we've got a caller coming in. Well, it's not allowing me to, for some reason, the phone line is jamming up. So the 601 area code, give me a second. I'm going to try to reset this thing because I don't know what happened. But I can see the call, but it will not allow me to pick it up because it's jammed up. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to reopen it here in a second. But 601 area code, try calling back here in a second. I'll let you know when it opens up. But I was wondering why I didn't hear anything. It was because it had jammed up on me. All right, so waiting for it to reopen. But you look at this lineup. All right. 601 area code. If you want to call back, it looks like it's open now. So something went wrong with the phone line. Phone number to call is 678-960-9700. 678-960-9700. You look at this lineup. Acuna's not even hitting yet, but when he starts hitting for power, you've got top to bottom. You look at the fact that Ozuna had 3 hits and a home run tonight. He's hitting 5th in the lineup. Who do we got here tonight on Braves Country Radio?
This is Margaret.
Hey, Margaret. How are you?
All right. I actually have 2 questions for you. One of them I saw in the chat the other day. It's about the pitching. Who actually called the pitches that they throw? I thought it was the catcher and the pitcher. Somebody said it was Snit's fault. So who actually called them?
So it ends up being typically with Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate. He calls the majority of them, but the manager does have the right to call to override, right? But typically, the Braves let their catchers call the game unless there's a big spot or they've got an analytic. Because one thing we don't see that is actually working as the game's going on. There's an analytics team that's in communication with the Braves dugout. And if they go in and they say, hey, we think that you needed to throw this pitch, or that pitch to this guy at this spot, they may signal it in. But typically, because we have the guys that we have behind the plate with the experience in Darnode and Murphy, they're calling the pitches because you don't have a lot. You don't have the time you used to have. You used to have a lot of time, but now with that pitch clock, you have to have a game plan. So on that point, we know Sean Murphy's not going to play on this road trip, right? He's still injured. He flew with the team on this road trip because he's so heavily involved in the day-to-day meetings that they have with the pitching staff and the catchers, that they basically come together and they have a game plan. They know how they want to pitch each player, but in a pinch, they don't have the time that they used to have. About 4 or 5 years ago, you were getting a lot of calls from the dugout, and then the pitcher, and then the catcher was relaying it to the pitcher. Nowadays, most of the teams are going back to, if you trust your catcher, you let him call the game because you don't want to get the pitch clock caught up. But you do still have some teams that are relaying quite a bit. But the Braves aren't one of them.
Okay. And now my next question, I really want to hear what you think about this. I asked you in the GOAT the question, but I know you so busy you can't see all the comments in there.
Right.
I want to know, you made a comment about Arcia tonight. Who do you think is best, him or Swanson, and why?
About who tonight? Who did you say?
About Orlando Arcia, the shortstop.
Right.
You made a comment about him. He made a real good play tonight. I want to know, who do you think is best, him or Dansby Swanson, and why?
So if you're talking about the total package,
I am.
I mean, Dansby Swanson's a better shortstop because of his offense, right? But defensively, Swanson has more range. Okay, he can get to more balls that Arcia couldn't get to, but Arcia's got a stronger arm and more accurate arm, right?
Okay.
So I believe defensively they're about a push because of that. I enjoy watching Arcia more than I ever thought I was going to. So I don't miss Dansby Swanson, and I thought I was really going to. I enjoy watching Arcia because he's got a cannon. And the one thing you don't see from Orlando Arcia that you see from a lot of shortstops, and I'm not pointing at Dansby Swanson, I'm talking about your typical shortstop. Your typical ball that gets hit into the hole, there was one tonight that gets hit deep into the hole, and you'll see him get it, pivot, he's on his back foot, and he's throwing across his body to first, right? And he throws the ball on a line. It's not sinking, it's not skipping, et cetera, et cetera. Dansby was always pretty good at that as well, but he didn't have the arm strength that Arcia has. But if you ask me who I'd rather have, it's Orlando. Because Orlando's making $2 million a year, where Dansby's making $25 a year, and that allows you to spend that money elsewhere. So you might get
which one you thought was better? You still think Orlando is better, right?
I think Orlando for the money is better. He's my preference, because just to pay Dansby Swanson what you pay him, it's not that he's not worth it, but we're getting such a bargain for Orlando Arcia, it's hard not to love him. I mean, he's...
Well, I couldn't make my mind up because of their style is so different. You know, just what you said, the strength and the quickness, they're different.
Right.
But I couldn't make my mind up which one I thought was better. You and the GOAT kind of go the same way on it. But I think they both are good. And
yeah, so, like, the biggest difference between the two would be this. There's a lot of balls that go into the hole that Orlando can't get to because he doesn't have the range that Dansby had, because Dansby Swanson is just a heck of an athlete, right? But when he gets to the ball, he throws the ball on the money and usually a hell of a lot faster than most. So you're going to give up a little bit if you have one or the other. And it really what I guess my point is, for $23 million less a year, and we've got him for the next 3 years if we want him, right? I just don't think that you can go wrong with the fact it's just like the argument on Olsen or Freddie. Freddie's a better overall.
Any day Olsen. I like Olsen better than I do Freddie. Much better.
Yeah, so Freddie, top to bottom, is a better overall hitter. But I'm talking about a pure hitter. I'm talking about bases loaded, 2 outs, 9th inning, World Series. You need a base hit. You probably want Freddie up there, right? But Olsen is starting to come into his prime, and the power, Freddie never had his kind of power. Freddie's a little bit better on the glove, but I think top to bottom, I'll take Olsen every day of the week because he's a little younger. We've got him locked up for the next 5-6 years. Freddie is going to be, look, he still has 4 more years with the Dodgers. By the time he gets to the end of that contract, he's going to be long in the tooth. And you're going to have to put him at designated hitter. You're not going to have that issue with Olsen. Eventually, one day, Olsen will probably be your designated hitter. But he can play.
That's true.
But he can play first base for the next 8 years if you want him. It just depends on how long they keep him. And I guess my whole point of this with keeping the money down, because Olsen was more affordable, RC's a lot more affordable. What that allows you to possibly do is lock up Acuna long term, which is really the big goal.
They have done that already, haven't they?
He's locked up for the next 4 or 5 years, but I'm talking about getting him to where he's always an Atlanta Brave.
Oh, I see.
So he's a free agent in 2029. So we still got a long way to go. Don't get me wrong, but you're always looking forward to what you can do to be able to lock him up, and that's going to be the hardest one to lock up because his annual value is going to be through the roof.
Right. And he's going to get going, too. He don't have home run yet, but he's going to get going.
Oh, yeah. I'm not worried about Acuna. He can roll out of bed.
He's still very productive every day.
Yeah, he's the same player that he always is. Right now, he's just missing it. But he's getting base hits. The single that he got tonight late in the game where he hit across the shift, where the infield was playing the shift and hit it between first and second. That's a typical Ronald Acuna Jr. inside-out swing that you know that he's doing the right things. He just hasn't gotten into one yet, but it's coming. I kind of expect it to happen in this series. I expect the home run to happen in this series because he always hits so well in that stadium.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, well, thank you so much. I really wanted to hear what you had to say about that, and it makes sense. Thank you so much.
Well, it was great hearing from you, Marguerite. We'll talk to you next time.
Okay, bye-bye.
Go Braves. If anyone else has anything else, call in. If not, we'll probably wrap this up. Braves win going away 8-1. Once again, 8 runs, 14 hits, no errors. For Atlanta, 1 run, 6 hits, no errors for the Marlins. And Max Fried goes to 1-0 and drops his hit. Can you believe this? He goes out and fires, what was it, a total of 6 1/3 innings. He did give up the 1 earned run, though he wasn't on the mound. It was his run. So a great outing, and it drops his ERA to 8.74. What? Who had that on your bingo card 3 starts into the season for Max Fried? Y'all have a great one, Braves country. We're going to wrap this up, and we'll see you tomorrow, 3:30. We'll come on the air about that time for the pregame show. 4:10 first pitch. It's an early start tomorrow afternoon for Braves country. Chris Sale Day, baby. I'll always look forward to Chris Sale Day. I love watching that guy just herk and jerk his way through the lineup. And he should be lined up for a good outing. Once again, Marlins don't hit left-handers well so far this year. And when you look at the fact that they got rid of Jorge Soler and they're missing a couple of other pieces, you can understand why. Braves win it 8-1. We're going to step aside and bid you good night. Braves win a fun one, and we'll get back going tomorrow.
Thank you.